stand for the invocation. I'm asking Ginger, would you please give the invocation?
She probably didn't hear you.
Let us pray. Dear gracious God, thank you for everything that you have bestowed upon us. Our blessings are overflowing. Be with this town council tonight as they conduct the business. Keep it with integrity and decency and respect as only you know. Bless this world and all that is within it. In Jesus' name we pray always. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Again,
On behalf of the council and everyone, I apologize for the delay in the council, but it's important that we all be here, and we are here. And Jeff is our representative to the Planning Commission, and they have now recessed their meeting, and Jeff is with us again. All right, so first off, item Roman numeral 4 on the agenda. Additions, deletions to the agenda. This includes the removal, transfer of any consent agenda items to the regular agenda that needs full discussion. I do have some changes to the agenda that I will bring forth. If you will please look under Roman numeral 6 under consent agenda, item B. In the last line, it says upgrade water treatment plant upgrades and improvements, 0 cost for October billing for a total of, please delete $14,870.91 and add $37,686.58. $37,686.58. Okay, the next addition that, correction that I have is on Roman numeral 9, item D1. Please correct that to read Blackstone Data or Data Center, DATA Services. Thank you. The next item is Roman numeral 9, item M. Please delete item M. It says budget workshop date selection. Delete that because that is in, if you look forward in Roman numeral 10, that is item F. Okay. That is all I have right now. So, members of council, town attorney, mayor, or pardon me, manager, are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda at this time?
Mayor, we have one change.
Yes.
Under agenda item 9, agenda items, letter D, conditional use permit. For Lucky Duck, that is a conditional use permit. For Blackstone Data Services, that should read added use.
All right. Lucky Duck is for conditional use.
Correct.
And Blackstone Data Services is added use.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay. Before we move forward, I would like to ask, is there anyone who is not scheduled to speak? This is Roman numeral 8, unscheduled public comments. Is there anyone who would like to be added to the agenda to speak? Shay Cook. Okay. Shay Cook, please add Shay to the agenda. Is there someone else who would like to be added to the agenda? I'll ask one more time to make sure no one feels left out. Is there anyone else who would like to be added to unscheduled public comments? Okay, there being no one else, Shay, you are unlisted under unscheduled public comments. Are there any other changes, additions, deletions to the agenda? Okay. There being no further altering of the agenda, Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Jeff makes the motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Darrell seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask for a voice approval. Please, everyone say clearly, yea or nay. All in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say yea.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any opposition? The motion carries unanimously, Connie. Thank you. Next, approval of the minutes. December the 14th, regular council meeting, and December 14th, public hearing. Does everyone have the minutes for these two meetings? Okay. We're looking at the December 14th packet of minutes held at 6 p.m. And we're looking at the December 14th public hearing, 5:30. Any additions, deletions, changes to the minutes? Members of council? There being no changes to the minutes, two sets, I will ask for a motion to approve two sets of minutes simultaneously. That would be the December 14th, 5:30 public hearing and the December 14th, 2021, 6 o'clock regular meeting of council. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Mike makes the motion to approve the minutes as written, as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Jeff seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next part of our agenda is Roman numeral 6, the consent agenda. I'm going to read it really carefully so we know what we're talking about, and it's the authorization to pay the bills. Everyone should have the check registers in front of them. The next thing is an authorization to authorize a line of credit drawdown number 16 for the National Bank for wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project, $37,686.58, and water treatment plant upgrades and improvements, zero cost for October billing for a total of $37,686.58. Item C under the consent agenda is authorize a line of credit drawdown number 17 from the National Bank for wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project, $692.16, and water treatment plant upgrades and improvements for $960, cost for December billing for a total of $1,652.16. That is the consent agenda. The only thing that I can think of right now, however council wishes to do this, has everyone had an opportunity to look at the check register?
Yes. You want me to go ahead and make the motion, then we can discuss it?
Well, I think we should discuss it and then make a motion. So if there's any questions, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Any suggestions or questions about the check register? Anyone? Okay, Jeff, if you want to make a motion to...
I'll make a motion I'll make a motion we approve the consent agenda, items A, B, and C.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Richard seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 7, Roman numeral 7, scheduled public comments. These are a maximum of 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Brian Stillwell, who's our timekeeper, texted me before the meeting and said he was unable to come. He is, it's a volunteer position, and he has to work tonight. So I've asked if Frank would do the timekeeping, and he said he would. So I hope you'll understand. So public comments, these are scheduled public comments. These are a maximum of 5 minutes. And the first person on the agenda is Sharon Chenal, Trap and Neuter Initiative. Sharon, would you please come up? And if you don't mind, to state your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Chenal. A lot of y'all do know me. I retired from the town of Richlands. I was Parks and Recreation Supervisor for about 20 years until '02, and me and my husband both took jobs in Roanoke, and we are back. So I'm back into something else now, though. I'm still an analyst for Social Security, but I have been asked to take over and start a new program for our county. It is a trap, neuter, and return for cats. I know that you all had a lot of concern about this last year with Wise County came in and helped you a lot, Julia Winston did. But we fixed 66 cats under her, and I fixed 27 of my own. So I think we can do about 400 cats if we work together as a group. So I have started a new business for Tazewell County. We are now the Friends of Tazewell County Community Cats. We are waiting on our nonprofit number from the IRS right now, but we are business licensed, thanks to our nice attorney. So we are getting started. We do have the thing about community cats is in order to reduce the number, the best way to do that is to catch them, fix them, give them the rabies shots, have them checked out for health conditions, and then put them back in the community. By doing that, you reduce the number of cats within your community. If cats are not breeding, then they will live out their natural lives in the area that they are, and they will pass away safely. We do have people that monitor the colonies. And yes, we do have lots of colonies in this end of the state. Just in this particular area right here, I have about 250 cats that are community cats in various colonies. My goal would be to start on this end of the state, this end of the county, and work my way up. So far, you guys have concentrated on grants. We've caught some from Cousins, and I have full cooperation up there. Thank God for that little lady. I love her to death. But we are going to work on her cats as well as work at the ones at the town shop next. And I've also got Mr. Hurst on my list and your property on my list. So within the town of Richlands and Cedar Bluff and Raven, we have about 250 cats that I'd like to get first. Get those moving, and then we start moving on up the valley. I think with partnering with, we partnered with Second Chance for Cats. If y'all don't know them from Bluefield, West Virginia. They are a shelter, but they started out just like us. They are a trap, neuter, and return, but they have grown into a shelter. I don't think I'm anywhere near that level, guys, but eventually we may want to go that way. But right now, I partnered with them for kittens that I catch that I can possibly get into homes. Cats do not become feral until they're about 2 months old. Once they're 2 months old, they're considered community cats, and they can become feral and stay that way. But if we get them young, sometimes we can get them into homes. Now, community cats is a community cat. It may not be a feral cat. For instance, one of our workers was feeding cats, and she had somebody pull up, get in the back of the car, and throw out a cat and drive off. So that's not a community cat that's a feral cat. It's a community cat somebody's dumped. And I'm seeing a lot more of that in the town of Richlands as well as in the county. And unfortunately, we can't do anything about that except to take care of them. These cats do serve a purpose. They keep the mice down, they keep the snakes down, they keep the rats down. You know, we don't want bubonic plague in Richlands. I would prefer to have the cats. So we are providing, with the community support, we're providing housing for the cats as well as feeding stations where the property owners will let us. Feeding stations do tend to keep the vultures away. I know that was a big problem last year. We have feeding stations now that we've come up with that do that. They keep the vultures out. Unfortunately, what I find is people are throwing cat food out that is not part of my organization, and I'll tell you they're not part, but if they throw it out, then sometimes it will draw the vultures in. I tell people not to do that, put the food in the feeders. I don't care if they put food in my feeders, that just feeds the cats. That's a win-win. We are using Margaret Mitchell in Abingdon. We're going to be using Angels of the CCs also in Roanoke. Angels because they're a little bit more expensive, but they can do high volume. I just partnered with Homeward Trails a couple of weeks ago in Galax. We did a 100-cat roundup in Galax, working with the Twin County Humane Society. We started out with a goal of 100 cats. Anybody want to guess how many we caught in 2 days in Galax? 164. to date. I asked them to come here and do that for us this year. So I'm hoping that they will. They're telling me that they are partnering with the Buchanan County Humane Society. She's also asked me to partner with her. She's starting her own society back up down there. So we're hoping that we can keep things moving in a forward direction of getting these cats caught, get them rabies, get them checked for health, get them back into communities, and stop the population growth. This has bloomed because of COVID.
Your time is almost up.
Okay. Well, basically that's what it is. I just wanted to let you know who I am, what I'm doing. I have a very small group of people that are helping me. We're hoping to grow. We are here. We want to help. We want to make it a healthier place for Richlands as well as for the cats. So if you guys have any solutions or suggestions or want to talk to me about community cats, what I can do to help you, what you can do to help me, I would appreciate it. And most of y'all know me. I'm pretty easy to get along with.
Michelle, thank you very much. And I'm sure on behalf of the council, I can speak and say we're very appreciative of your efforts. It's very humane, and everyone here wants to support what you're doing. And my only other suggestion, maybe you could supply your address and phone number so we can contact you to the clerk, and she'll give it to us.
I will, and we do have a Facebook page up now.
Okay.
So most people know me, but we do have a Facebook page up under the organization's name, and everything will be on there as I get it updated. We are totally nonprofit, guys, so we're going to be going to your honey festival. We're going to be taking up donations for yard sales. We're going to be taking up private donations, and I'm signing up for grants every which way I can. So those of you that know me know I'm a go-getter. So I'm out to make Richlands a better place for the cats and for us.
Thank you.
So again, let me know if you've got a colony. Let me know if you've got something you want me to work on. I know we fixed a cat at the town shop's tail not too long ago. She'd been bleeding for almost 8 months, the guys told me. We finally trapped her and got her fixed. But
Thank you very
all.
much.
You all let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
We appreciate you. Okay, next is Laura Mallow. Ms. Mallow? Thank you.
Laura Mallow, 262 Linwood Drive in Richlands. I have a couple things I want to discuss tonight. First being a large sum of $25,000 given to Pop-Up Richlands without much consideration. This wasn't on the agenda to consider during the public hearing, so when did citizens have a chance to voice their opinions or ask questions? When I did ask questions, I was met with much resistance from people involved, which is really concerning. I'm hard-pressed to believe that this will be covered by ARPA, even if you, and I quote, get creative regarding how you word the usage. I'm asking that you give proper notice and hold a public hearing before distributing these funds as required by law. Secondly, a few months ago, Councilman Street spoke about the radios in the fire department being a top priority. Despite being a top priority after the meeting, this was never discussed again. The fire chief has stood here numerous times and asked for the upgrades he needs to run the department more safely. This should be a top priority for council. The entire fire and rescue services should be more of a priority than being shown. The county just received a $25,000 grant to upgrade their radios, but the town of Richlands didn't even apply. We have so many issues in Richlands, but despite when it started, you guys are responsible for what's happening now. Last month, we were told the general fund was in a negative state. Most of you didn't even bat an eye. There were hardly any questions asked and no discussion. It was like it was no big deal, moved on quickly and not addressed. I think our priorities are out of whack and something has to be done or something needs to change in the leadership. Our department heads also need to be taken more seriously. Every single department head should be required to give a monthly update for their spending. This holds them accountable for spending, but also you accountable as the council to actually respond to their needs. It keeps citizens apprised of how things are going in the departments and how the monies are being spent. We want to see our town employees taken care of and given the necessary equipment to run the departments efficiently and effectively. We're also missing many opportunities with grants. You have said they're too competitive, but that shouldn't stop us from applying. Money that you spend that could be covered by a grant is just wasted money. As I sat down to write what I would be discussing tonight, I saw the agenda posted, saw discussion regarding proposed charter changes, potential change in the dates of the meetings, and the appointment of the new town clerk. The clerk position hasn't been advertised. You guys may just be discussing posting that position, and if you are, what I'm about to say is irrelevant. But if you're making the appointment without posting notice, you're making a mistake. While it's within your right to make appointments without consulting citizens, it isn't ethical. We've seen you do it time and time again, but it's not too late to turn around and do the right thing tonight. Reach out beyond your own circles, your own friends and family, and give the citizens of Richlands a chance to apply. Richlands Town Code Section 2-6 states regular council meetings should be held on the second Tuesday of each month. I'm asking you to honor the Richlands Town Code and keep the meetings how they've been. Virginia Code Section 15.2-201 states, a locality may provide for the holding of an election to be conducted as provided in Section 24.2-681 of Title 24.2 to determine if the voters of the locality desire that it request the General Assembly to grant the locality a new charter or to amend its existing charter. You don't even have to do an advisory referendum since it's provided by law. This item may be placed on the ballot. It's a very, very dangerous power play to try to change the charter without a fair vote from citizens. A public hearing isn't sufficient in a case like this because not every citizen reads the newspaper or Facebook. Not everyone can attend meetings, but everyone has a fair chance to vote privately. You're trying to make some pretty huge changes, like removing the requirement of a second reading of an ordinance. I don't know if you guys have truly thought this through, but by doing this, you're taking the right to be informed away from citizens. You're giving yourselves the absolute power to do what you want and to do it quickly without regard to citizen input. Do the right thing and be patient here. Put this on the ballot. Let citizens speak and respect the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, Blake Ray, charter changes.
So I addressed that in the planning commission meeting. So I'm going to be talking about something else that really quite concerned me because, first of all, I'm not in any of the Facebook garbage sites that lead to a lot of just the poor communications happening in the town right now. But a screenshot was sent to me this week, and I felt like I needed to address it. And I apologize. I'm going to try to read it out loud, but it's written with a similar grammar and syntax and spelling that my 5-year-old kindergarten nephew uses. But it says, "Keep asking your question, Laura. Matt is trying to take the heat off of our town manager, Mike Street, Mary Ann, and Blake Ray. Matt is their best friend, and he will do anything they asks. They have no defense on what they are doing to Richlands and the corruption that Richlands is ate up with. So they attack you for questions as they have me in the past. Hang in there. Councilman Doug Ralph." Now, the reason I bring that to your attention, I looked up the definition of corrupt, and it states someone doing something for personal gain. So I can speak for me alone. I have done nothing for personal gain. Everything that I have done has been to create jobs within the community, focus on small businesses, focus on intermediate-sized businesses to create jobs, something that some people have lacked to do in the last 16 years on council. Now, with that being said, I had to download an application the other day because I have a very good friend who's stationed overseas. And I had to communicate with him, and you can't do that via text message due to international charges and all that stuff. So I had to download an app that he told me to download, and the app's called Signal. So when I downloaded it, by the way, I'm the most technologically illiterate millennial you'll ever meet. But I downloaded it, and I went to the contacts to start sending him a message, and I noticed that former Councilman Plaster, current Councilman Doug Ratliff, and former candidate Laura Mullo were all using this application. So, so I can address that.
Just a minute, please. One of the things, Blake, with all due respect, and I failed to say it, I'm asking for no personal attacks.
This is not.
It could be, so be very cautious.
You've already made a personal attack.
Just a minute, please.
Correct, and you have made one on me.
And
So-
I will make another one in a minute.
So here is what I would say. I Googled what this app is used for, especially for elected officials, and there's a case out of Michigan that has everything to do with skirting FOIA. So one could speculate, that's all it is. I would ask that, if you guys see fit, please look at it. If not, let it be. But I did get Mr. Ratliff and Miss Mullo a gift, and it's a book. Everything I learned in kindergarten. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I?
Ladies and gentlemen, no, just a minute, please.
It's just something that people use for group chat.
Okay, just a moment, please. I do ask that all speakers, I have asked this before, refrain from pointing people out individually. I recall that happened with other members, and I'm asking that we observe protocol and a matter of respect. And what happens in other arenas are those arenas, be it the internet or Facebook groups, they're not here in the council. Thank you.
Could I bring
Okay,
up?
no. Doug, you may address these in regular session. This is for people who have come before the council, okay? Thank you. Okay, it's unsettling. Next, we have unscheduled public comments. Shay Cook. Shay, you have a 3-minute time limit.
If you could start your clock once I hand this stuff out.
We will do that. Frank. Yes.
And I'd like to hand this out to the council.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I wanted to address something I think that we can all agree on that's an issue, and that is the recurrent flooding in town. Since the last council meeting, we've had another significant flooding event. After that flooding event, I had the opportunity to collect some photographs of the significance of the damage that were taking place. I had the opportunity to forward those on to representatives that I have met with before with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and requested that a teleconference be coordinated for members of the council and town government. And I know there's certain limitations on the number of council members that can participate in it. But we did have the teleconference on Friday, and what I have provided you is a summary of some of the issues that we discussed in an effort to try to address the flooding. And what I came away with is that there is clear opportunities to do that. It's all about money, but there's plenty of money out there. The issue is for us is to be able to obtain money for a scoping study to support applications. There's two things that, two specific funds, and those are funds, one is a primary fund through the Department of Emergency Management. We are identified, and we talk about these grants are too competitive, but one of the things that Richlands has going for it is considered to be an equity partner at least with the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. And what that means is that we are considered to be, along with many communities, 39 other communities in Virginia, to be stressed in crisis, subject of financial issues compared to other parts of the state. That gives us a leg up and an advantage in applying for grants, and I would suggest to you probably every other agency in the state that administers grants has a similar classification. So instead of it being too competitive, Richlands actually has an advantage in achieving access to these grants, not just for flooding. But specifically, we need to open up immediately applicate or an account with the Department of Emergency Management grant system. It was pointed out, maybe an error, I'll be corrected, but that we do not have an account with that system, and that's something that will help facilitate us getting access to funds, whether it's flooding or other issues. That's one thing that needs to be done immediately. The other thing is last year, Virginia established the Community Flood Preparedness Fund. There is a press release attached as Exhibit 1 to this letter from the governor's office that announced that $24.5 million in grants were awarded to communities across the state to deal with flooding, and there's a detailed listing of the amounts and the communities that were awarded. And those awards, those grants range from $3 million to $22,000. So the money's out there, but we have to make an application. This press release is on the internet. It has live links to the Department of Conservation and Recreation. So I would ask that the town manager or somebody in the town take the lead, open up the grant application account, and then also obtain information and apply for at least money sufficient for a feasibility study, which is going to be far less to be able to do that, but it's going to be crucial for us to access it. So it's all laid out here, Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2. I would ask that you read this, and Mary Ann had the opportunity to participate in that teleconference too. She may make some comments during the meeting or at the appropriate time. I hope she does. But the money's there. We just got to dot the I's and cross the T's and apply for it.
Thank you, Shay. And I hope that, and I think that some members of council will talk about flooding, and I will when it comes to my comment. Okay. Connie, will you please include this letter as a, do you have an extra copy, Shay? Okay. Please include that as part of the minutes. Thank you. Okay.
Can any of the public get a copy of that, please?
I will ask Shay if, or Connie, I think we could do this, but it might not be right now, Rocky. Okay. Rocky, we can give some to you. Okay. I appreciate your interest. Okay. Thank you, members of the public. We are on Roman numeral 9, agenda items. A, Volunteer of the Year Award, presented by Recreation Commission President Tony Cordell. Tony?
All right, something on a more positive note here. My name's Tony Cordell, and I'm representing the Richlands Recreation Committee. First of all, the Rec Committee and I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. Allowing us to make positive change through recreation. So we appreciate that. Giving us a little leeway into doing more things now than we did in the past. So thank each one of us. Every year we have the privilege and honor of presenting the Richlands Volunteer of the Year. Like years past, we have selected another great volunteer. I think he's up here. So with that being said, I ain't gonna present it yet, but I'd like for him to come up here while I talk about it. So Rocky, step on up here. If we had more people like this guy in our area, we would do things a lot better. So this is a friend of mine, so if I crack up a little bit, I apologize, but so anyway, this year's Richlands Volunteer of the Year is Rocky Hill Jr. And not just him, but he's had a lot of help with his family, his wife, so I think they deserve to be mentioned as well. So a couple things here. And I know I'm going to miss some, so I'm just going to try to give a little quick spiel. Rocky has volunteered his time and money with the Hurley flood by going to Pennsylvania multiple times to get water and containers, etc. Also going to Hurley to deliver food, water, clothing items on multiple occasions. He also helped with Hurley's kids having a better Christmas this past year. Also, he helped local kids in our area have a better Christmas as well by giving out over 800 Christmas items. Okay. Rocky has also started God's Rock Stars. These are handicapped kids who, without Rocky's idea, may never have the opportunity to play any sports at all. These kids have played multiple softball games already. Rocky also fixed God's Rock Stars float for those kids to ride in the town Christmas parade. If you have missed anything to do with God's Rock Stars, you have missed out. It's truly a blessing. So if each of you haven't made that special trip to go see these kids, shame on you. Because it is truly, when you see these kids and the smile on their face, there's nothing that will make you happy. Nothing. Okay? Rocky has truly made a difference in our community and has truly deserves this award and a round of applause for being a volunteer that truly looks like him. We need more people in here. So I'm going to present him this award, but we truly need to stand and give him a hand, because if each one of us would do just a little of what he has done, our community would be a success. And that's truly what we need right now with these times that we're going through. So, Rocky, Volunteer of the Year, and you truly deserve it.
Would you please come here? Gentlemen, please come up here so you can have your picture taken. Ginger does a great job. Thank you.
I think y'all gonna have to squeeze in.
Well, I didn't know.
John, up there? Hey, Rocky, can you move over to, thank you. You're covering up.
Can you kiss Ginger?
Can't have that, Richard. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you all.
Gentlemen, Rocky,
Thank you.
congratulations to you.
Thank you all.
Congratulations. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all.
I would ask that we have some hand sanitizer up here, please. Thank you. Do you have some back there? Thank you. Paul, could you see if we have some? Thank you. Congratulations to you. It's quite an honor. And I have a special feeling, as we all do, for God's Rock Stars. You know, I have to say this before we move on. All of us are kind of like family, even though it may not feel like it sometimes. If we all held hands, and I do this, figuratively speaking, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
I'll take it. Anybody else want it? Thank you. You want to, here, I've got it. I want you to know how I feel about this. We're going to get it both ways. We'll come back around. If all of us held hands, Brad, you, John, Connie, all of us, I will tell you, just 3 doors down, somebody's got someone in their family who has disabilities. This way, somebody's got a gay person in their family. This way, somebody's aunt is in jail, they're drunk. Over here, we've got a drug addict, your aunt, my uncle. We are so tied together, it is incredible. And I hope we can remember that we're way more together than we ever are separate. I am absolutely convinced of it. And I want to share with you how I really feel. And I hope we can have a little more understanding amongst us and realize what I'm telling you. And you know it in your own families, and so do I. Thank you. Congratulations, Rocky.
Can I just say one thing?
Absolutely. You're the recipient. What would you like to say?
We just started another program, and I'm having a little hiccup on it. We're feeding 2 seniors a week.
You need to come up here.
I just
need more help with this.
This is a request unscheduled, but you're the recipients. I'll give you a little leeway of 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I don't need that, but thank you for the award, but thank the good Lord above for all of it, and the God's Rock Stars, they make me work harder. They give me a giving heart. These kids are amazing, and my wife is just, I'm sorry, but, you know, those cute little quotes you see on Facebook, it says, you know, behind every good man, there's a good woman. I promise you, when you find a good woman, it's true. And I have that in McKinley. But anyways, God's Rock Stars, me and my wife have started a new program where we've become a ministry, not just for our special needs kids, which that's our priority. But we've started helping a lot of other organizations. And Grace was very passionate. She's not here tonight, but Grace was very passionate about starting some activities for the seniors. And I didn't realize how bad we'd really dropped the ball. We had really dropped the ball with our seniors. Because we had sponsored 8 seniors in this bingo we had about 2 months ago. And you know, I could not give them away. And we was giving them for free. These was like big time money gifts. We couldn't find nobody. I didn't know how to get in touch with people. And we was just hitting walls every way we turned. Okay. That being said, we are going to start feeding 2 seniors a week. That's not needy. That is to open a door of communication for our seniors. Wendy's has jumped on board. We have some other people, but we'll be taking 2 meals to the seniors once a week, 2 a week, and we're just going to have a conversation with them. If they don't want to have a conversation, we'll drop the food off, we'll leave. But we need to reach our seniors. This is a way of doing it. If you know of any seniors or an avenue for me to get some information on some seniors that would like to be on this list, I need your help. So message Rocky Hill or God's Rock Stars. That's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. Okay, we're very proud of all the work that the good work that all people do. All right, next we have item B, Creative Communities Partnership Grant, Ginger Branton. Ginger.
Good afternoon. It's this time of year where we apply for the matching grant for the Richlands Area Citizens for the Arts. And I am requesting that the town of Richlands apply for the grant again this year. And the grant's due, you know, and I usually get, well, John, I'm not sure who will do this grant, but it has to be done, you know, here at the town of Richlands instead of at my office. So I will be more than happy to assist anyone to fill out the grant. It's a fairly simple grant to fill out, you know, if you know what you're doing, I guess. Yeah, so.
How much is the
It's a
request?
match of $4,500
Okay.
from the state and $5,500 from the town of Richlands.
Okay.
So I guess I need a motion for that, Rod, because I need to get the grant done.
All right, is there any questions, Ginger? Someone aware to make a motion for this? How does council feel?
I'll make a motion that we allow the grant to be applied for, the Creative Communities Partnership Grant.
And that we.
We'll match the,
5,500.
I thought it's 4,500.
45 is the state, 55 is the town.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Is your motion including the amount, Jeff?
Yes, $5,500.
I'm just making sure. Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Jeff to for the town to match this grant, which is the Creative Communities Partnership Grant. It's for CART, and for the town to put up $5,500 and take care of the application. Ginger has offered to help with the application. There's a second on the floor. Mary Ann has made the second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote. Connie?
I'm going to abstain because our budget is $300,000 or $400,000 in the hole. That's the only reason I'm abstaining, because I feel the budget should be addressed.
Doug, I want to suggest, I cannot physically come over there and make you do anything. My power does not reach that. Please know it. But if you don't want it, we have tried to establish the partner by abstaining, and you have to have a vested interest, like a money conflict or whatever.
Well,
my suggestion is just vote no. But I can't tell you what else to do.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. Marianne abstained before, nothing was said, ever. Other people have abstained, and I don't want to go against the creative arts, so I'm abstaining because of the budget. I feel that if Richlands doesn't get down to tack and worry about its budget, within 5 to 6 years, we had $1.5 million reserve. Now we're $300,000 or $400,000 in the hole. For the last few years, we've been doing something wrong, and we better wake up, people, and worry about the budget.
Okay. Okay. We will record his vote as an abstention, and if there's any questions, that will have to be resolved. All right, Jeff, go ahead, Connie, roll call vote.
Yes.
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 The motion carries 5 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you, Ginger.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I would suggest that you contact someone here at the town hall,
I will.
and they will need your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of council. Okay. Next, we have, under Roman numeral 9C, library request discussion. Who would like to step forward on behalf of the library? Do you want to do
I'll
it, John?
start, and then I think we have a couple individuals here that would like to speak on behalf of the library.
Okay.
But essentially, at our last meeting, council approved us looking at using the ARPA funds for the rest of the library renovation that we already planned, in addition to the grant monies and the monies we received from the county. After that decision was made, the library came back and asked if we could set aside those funds and allow them to use those as a larger part of their bigger project. You all should have received a letter that has some information kind of explaining that, as well as some photos of what they would like to do. I believe the money that we received from the county, we could probably do that. I don't think the county would object. The ARPA money would be up to council to set that aside. We did receive some money from the Thompson Charitable Trust, which we'd have to work with them, but I think the library's already working with them on some additional funding. But I wanted to kind of open that up for discussion from you all. Currently, we have till the end of 2022 to finish and spend the funds from the Thompson Charitable Trust. But if we were to reach out to them, they may be willing to do something where they can reallocate those funds to the library. But I wanted to have that discussion with council, since the direction at the last meeting was to move forward with the improvements.
You speaking with the, what was it, how much was it, John? 50-some thousand?
Something around there. I don't have the exact, 154,000.
Okay, 154. So that's what you want council to discuss?
Correct. And if there's somebody here from the library, I would like to them to chime in as well.
I think that would be a good thing to have a representative from the library board speak. John, are you that person? Did you want to speak to this? Or someone else?
You got volunteered.
Come on up, John. If you don't mind to state your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
John Willis, and P.O. Box 698, that's Richlands, and 351 Lincoln Street, Pounding Mill.
Okay, thank you, John.
Now, did everyone have a chance to read that letter?
Yes.
Okay, I suppose the best thing, do you have any questions of it?
Are there any questions from council? I have one. John, at our last meeting, I think you were going to check to see if this fell, all these things that council is hoping to do, if they fall under the ARPA guidelines. And I believe we're going to seek counsel on that. Would you like to address that? Or Brad, would you like to address that?
Well, John has made a request to me that I go through basically the Treasury guidelines to see if these particular, there's 5 of them actually beyond the library that John has requested that I look into.
I can't hear you.
That I look into, that there were 5 different categories that council requested to be looked into in terms of green space, library, SCBA tanks, the body cameras, and the business recruitment fund, that I'm going to basically do some research and get something back to council with an actual letter outlining, what the pros and cons are, what's going to be necessary for the town to be able to meet the guidelines
for where these will not fit.
Or for each of those, Brad?
Yes, for each of
Okay, so you want to submit a written
I will be.
review?
I will.
Okay, so I just want to be clear about that because I was trying to recall from our last meeting, the discussion to make sure we are good with that. So that being said, John has asked if there are any questions about the letter and the draft, I guess it's a draft plan in here, an architectural plan. Do any members of council have questions for John, John O'Daniel, or Brad?
I do, Mayor.
Okay.
Probably more for you, Brad. I read the letter, and the letter at the end says, therefore, we ask the town to donate its funds earmarked for renovation to the library to the total amount of the foundation needs to renovate and enlarge the library. Also, we ask that town council to vote to accept this proposal as well as accept the foundation's offer to take over all maintenance of the Richlands Library. So my question is, we made the motion to allocate these funds for renovation of the library. Is the ask from the library, does our motion still fall within the guidelines of what they're asking here? Do we need another public hearing? Is this something different?
I don't think you need another public hearing. You've already had that relative to it.
So do we need another motion, or do we think, is it just a decision that we make that says, okay, library, you can use these funds for this now?
It's my understanding you approved, at least conditionally, the use of these funds, that you want to, or it says you use the designation of these funds for this particular purpose for the library. What I've been charged with is to make sure that that request that's been acted on by council will fit. And it'll be something that can not to be subject to any type of recapture, any type of problems with under ARPA guidelines.
Okay. So does this new ask fall within those guidelines?
You say new ask, I don't
Let's,
think.
they want to take the money and put it towards the foundation for making the library bigger as well as renovating.
I can't really say
Still-
specifically at this point in time. I know with regard to any type of ARPA funding, you've got to meet the criteria and properly document what it's being, obviously what it's being spent for, and how it applies back into ARPA guidelines for any particular use.
Okay.
It's kind of hard for me to say right now on the spot specifically without going through and
Okay.
telling you.
And part of your question on the maintenance that you mentioned, that would have to be a new contract agreement that we would have to update. They requested some changes to that, but until we got the money figured out, then we could work on the updated contract agreement between the town and the library.
Okay. So I don't want to make any decisions for any altering of anything until we know 100% for sure that this still falls within what would be ARPA. So I want to table it if we can and give you time to figure out if that's the case. Do you think that's the best plan of action?
Probably so at this point in time, yes.
Okay.
Well, I want to add, thank you, Mike. As I understand it, that's what you were saying originally. You would like to review the ARPA guidelines and make sure that these projects can fit into it based on federal rules.
I know it was discussed at the last meeting. John specifically charged me with looking at the guidelines as they apply to all 5 of these projects, not just the library. So it's going to be all 5 specifically that council has looked to conditionally approve and use the ARPA funds for these particular projects. So,
Brad, with the time that you have, do you have an idea when you might be able to do that? Not to put you in
no, I'll have something by your next council meeting. John got this to me on the 3rd, so I'll have it.
Okay.
I'll
On
have
the
something. I
3rd
was
of this
unfortunately out
month.
of pocket for
Okay.
the first 2 weeks of the month.
I understand. Well, I just was curious.
Could
and
I add
appreciate
something
it.
to that?
Absolutely.
At the same time you're considering the library, would you consider the rescue building? That, if OSHA came in, it's got mold in it. We need a fire and rescue building. And if OSHA ever looked at the rescue building, it's got mold all over it. We have a lot of needs for infrastructure.
And that may be the case. What I've been charged by council, at least collectively by the council, are those particular 5 items. If that's something that the council wants to act on, I need to look into, certainly, but at this point in time,
Okay.
based on what you approved back at the December meeting,
That's what I had
Okay.
looked into at this time.
Could council have a consensus for him to consider a new fire and rescue? As I said, if OSHA looked at that rescue building, it's got mold in it. We also need a new police station. We've turned the police station into a community center already. We have dinners there. We have all kinds of community activities in the police station. And I feel if we could have a consensus, maybe let him look into a new fire and rescue building and a new police station along with the library. Seems to me those buildings are as important as the library. Could we get a consensus on that?
I suggest, I'm not at all opposed to what you're saying, but in order of what we're doing here, this current part is about library request donation, but if you can hold that until your councilman comments, and I think that's probably the proper time to ask for that.
I agree with the mayor, but also you've got to look to, Doug, in terms of your request, and what I've been charged with has a specific designation of specific ARPA funds, specific amounts, as well as total cost figures we're looking at as well that I was given. Generally, what you're asking for may be something that definitely needs to be looked into, but I need some more specifics before I can really give.
What specifics would you need?
Well, you're looking in terms of, you just said generally you want to renovate or get a new fire station or a new EMS station or a new police station. Just to say generally, I need something.
I can give you figures on that.
Well, I think that needs to come from the council, but sure.
Well,
Doug, that's something, when it, under councilman's comments, you could suggest it, and I think, I don't want to surmise what you're guessing right now, but I'm going to move on, okay?
Sure.
And, but you can hold that if you don't mind, I'll remember it, I'm making some notes here.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, more discussion about the library. Any questions for John? I have a statement to make. I love the library, and I'm no technocrat either, so I want to make that very clear. But I've learned a lot more than I ever thought, and I still like to read a book that's held in paper. And I have a Kindle, I can do all that stuff, but it's better for me in paper. That being said, libraries have changed, and they offer a lot of technology, the whole way that they're run. So I just think it's very important that we make use of the facility that we have, and it's an historic facility. Obviously, we all know that, and many years ago, I know that John and the Friends of the Library, I think that's what they were called at the time, I don't know, John, made a concerted effort to save what we used to call in my kid days the old Williams House, which is the original office of the Prince Valley Coal and Iron Company, and I think it's vital that we keep this and keep using it for what we do. And I am very excited to see the potential renovations and they're being in keeping with the character of the house, which is very important. And so you have my general approval, not that you need my approval, but support for what you're doing.
Okay, let me see if I understand where we are. Before, on the money, the federal money, we're waiting for your findings, correct?
It's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, and on the other money that's there, then that's going to be gone into the central fund for renovation. You know, the 10,000 and I think it's 10 and 25.
It was the money from the Thompson Charitable Foundation, and then money that was given from Travis when he was on the Board of Supervisors. Correct. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Want to clarify? Okay. I turn to John.
I don't remember what the total is off the top of my head, but it's in that ballpark.
Okay, and we are going to, the town is going to go with the foundation on that. If we can do that, then the money will be transferred and it'll all be one project, all of us working together. Is that correct?
I would be remiss to say yes, John. I can't speak for the council.
I'll speak if I can.
They're speaking for Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Speaking for Mike, John, I love this. This is I've been in support of this the whole time. I think it's amazing. I've got a young daughter, and I hope she goes every day, and I hope that it all works out. I've no issues with the money that is not the ARPA money being thrown together for this larger project that looks fantastic. I have no reservations whatsoever and completely support and will do anything that I can for you. I just want to make sure that the money that we do use, that is federal money, is used properly. That's my only thing. As long as we find that this can be used in that way, now if there's a new ask, modified ask, then absolutely, let's get the ball rolling. That's my opinion. So,
Thank you, Mike. Mary Ann?
I agree with Councilman Street. Dr. Willison, thank you. As always, you present things with excellence. And I know that Brad Pite will have the answer next month. And I think if the answer is favorable, we need to move quickly. Thank you for your patience. And as Mike said, we most definitely need to be a good partner with the historic landmark, and a library is vital to the community.
Well, I agree. I really do think legal in here. I can't hide it. I will say that the director of our county libraries is here today, and Amanda, who the foundation has just brought on board to seek grants and money from other sources. So, and the good thing I can say about Amanda is she was anxious to do it. And I won't tell you what the figure she said. I said, how long is this going to take? And she answered, and it was shorter than what I was pushing for. So we're all ready to move. I appreciate your all's help and look forward to working with you.
Richard has a question, John.
Dr. Willis, back on, I noticed in the architectural designs, it's dated September 21st. Was this a plan that you guys had prior to the possibility of the funding for the ARPA money, or was it contingent?
It was one that we've been working on for quite a while. We went through it. We studied about whether we were going to renovate another building, whether we were going to buy a different site and create an entire new one. So, yeah, the process has been going on for years.
And this was prior to the availability of the ARPA funding?
Mm-hmm. Okay. It was prior to the pandemic that we started working on it. I think I'm answering your question right.
Don, I have a question, and you obviously heard my support. That's why I can't speak for the members of council. But I do have a question. It said in this proposal, as the town to vote to accept this proposal, which maybe we can do that very, very soon, as well as accept the foundation's offer to take over all maintenance of the Richlands Library. Will you be able to present something more defined of what maintenance would include?
Well,
at some future time.
With the original agreement, I don't know how much y'all know about the history of it. I don't want to get in the weeds, but when we tried in Richlands to get a library, there was the conflict. We went to the town. Town says that's not our bailiwick. That belongs to the county. We went to the county said they weren't going to do it. And there were some caustic times there. Eventually, we got together and worked it out with people like York Lindsay helped a great deal, and Kip Thompson, working with people to come up with a compromise that the county would put the library into the building, which belonged to the town and will always belong to the town. And in order to continue that, the town would be responsible for all outside maintenance, and the library would be in charge of the inside maintenance. It's worked decently because people made it work out of their kindness and dedication to each other. But that's, in my opinion, not a way to run the boat. The town would react when something got bad, and I wasn't involved with any county decisions, but I'm sure they did too. In fact, we just had a part of the floor in the central library go in. Now, you'll address that when the floor falls out from under you. But our hope is that when the maintenance is under one bailiwick, that we will do planned maintenance, and so there won't be a wall that looks terrible, or if we know it, a floor that collapses.
Okay. Thank you, John. That's, I would say, the foundation's offer to take over maintenance. So, I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, and I think that will save the town money too. It'll save the county money also because it will be planned. I thank you, and should we be back here next month to?
I would suggest that you will be back here next month. I don't know. I can't speak for Brad. He's going to try his best.
No, I'll have
to
an
know.
answer. I'll have an
Okay.
answer for,
Okay.
at least I'll have a response. How about that?
Okay.
I mean, if there's any answer they want to hear.
And you'll have that in written form for us, Brad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you very much. All positives. Okay. Item D, conditional use permit for Blackstone Data Services and, pardon me, conditional use permit for Lucky Duck and for Blackstone Data, additional added use to the zoning. All right, who's here from the Planning Commission? That will be Jeff.
Yes, that'll be me. We just met prior to the meeting, and I appreciate you guys waiting on us to get through there. And I'll let Brad sort of help me out. I think we were writing it down. What the Planning Commission recommends, we recommend for an added use permit for Blackstone Data Services, and we recommend a conditional use permit for Lucky Duck.
It would actually be to modify your existing use designations within a B2 zone would allow for data services to be.
Yeah, there's a list under the B2 zoning, and you see it. We're basically going to add data services as a listed, is that how it says?
It's basically as a permissive use.
Permissive use.
Essentially, the draft that you all received from the previous meeting, the public hearing, if you all have, still have your copy out.
Brad, what will that require us to do so we are within the bounds of the law?
It'll basically be just an amendment to your existing zoning ordinance under that B2 definitions designation. It'll be under, excuse me, I said definition, it'll be under the designated uses under, I think it's 157.01, is that right, John?
What,
And in terms of the town code, it'll just need to be amended to add that as I think it's GG, as John directed that.
Correct.
As an added use.
And the council needs to hear a motion to that effect, so to make it.
Yes, be a motion, second, basically a direction that the actual ordinance be amended to that effect.
Could you do the first reading, second reading?
Yes. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and prepare that for passage
Right.
for the first reading for the next meeting. You've already had the public hearing today,
Yes.
and then I can have that, the actual ordinance will be in form that you can review and then read for the first time next month.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So you'll prepare that
Yes,
for us.
I will.
So, Jeff, I would suggest at this time, there are two different items here that you ask, or I will ask, is there a motion to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation regarding the added use for Blackstone Data Services? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Here's your motion, Brad. You can make it.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second that.
All right, Darrell seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on this?
I just want to say I appreciate the planning commission. They take a lot of time, they research, and I'm happy with the outcome because when it's at all possible, as it's been stated many times tonight, we need to do everything we can to bring new business to our town.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any other comments or discussion? Okay, the motion is made with Jeff to add the use of data services, is that correct? Data services? That's what it's going to be called, Brad, data services?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
To the zoning, to B2 zone uses, permitted uses. There's a second from that, from Darrell. So no further discussion. I will ask for a roll call vote.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And now we need a report from the planning commission.
Can we make sure we're all clear on what the next steps are on this?
What?
I was just telling John what would be required. I need to get the language actually for the purpose of preparing an amendment to the ordinance.
It should. Did you write a paper in there with everybody signing it, what the vote was inside, the planning commission signed by the chairman, Richard Smith, all the yeas and the nays?
Yes, but that's not what I'm referring to specifically, Mayor. In terms of just for the adopting language for an ordinance, it has to meet certain criteria.
Right.
That's all. And I was just going to explain to John,
Okay.
I need to get that prepared just so it can be presented to council
Okay.
to that effect.
But you know how to do that,
Yes, sir.
obviously.
Yes, sir. It's just basically, you got to follow the ordaining language to amend the existing ordinance. You're not changing the language of the remainder of the ordinance. All you're doing is adding the GG use. And that way, then you can properly then submit that to Mickey's to show that the code has been amended.
So we're
in
good to
effect.
go?
Yes, sir.
So at this point, we can approve the zoning permit? Or do we have to wait till?
That's
we
what
go
I
to
was
the
gonna
next
ask. I
steps?
mean, this is another example of
Yeah.
the waiting the 120 days, you know, to get them.
Potentially, 120.
Potentially. By the time you do a first reading and a second reading and a public hearing and,
That's correct. That's what you heard some comments on earlier.
Yeah.
I just deal with the legality of what you have to do. I can't tell you whether it's efficient or not.
it's not efficient, I can tell you that,
At the moment, we're gonna follow what is in place. Is that correct? At this moment?
I think Mr. O'Daniel's asking, are we going ahead and granting the permit based
Conditional
on?
use permit?
Correct.
Can we do that?
I don't recommend it necessarily. I don't think you're gonna run into a problem if you go ahead and say that, basically giving John the authority to issue the permit contingent upon the actual adoption of the ordinance. That can be done. That way they can go ahead and move forward on it, but again, technically it's not legal until the actual ordinance is passed,
I suggest we follow every protocol as legal.
so.
So what so the ordinance, it won't be ready until next month?
Correct.
First reading.
First
For
reading.
the first reading. You can actually do the first reading at that point in time, again, under your charter. You can waive the second reading, ask it to be waived on proper motion, ask to be passed in as an emergency, and get it so you can get it into effect. You can do that. We're involved in a lawsuit right now because of that. Not because it's something we thought was improper, but because it was challenged. That's proper protocol in my position would be under your existing charter to do it that way and adopt it where you could have it to take effect February meeting, which would be within 3 weeks.
So what you're telling me is this person can't start this business for another 60 days?
No, based on what I just told you, they could do it by February the 8th. Good. The council chose to act that way.
We chose
And all
not
I
to
can
act
tell
that
you is
way.
about the legality of what you can do. Whether or not you choose to do it, that's your all's call. I think under appropriate adoption, I could present the form ordinance to your next meeting, which will be it's now January the 18th, it'll be your February 8th meeting.
Brad, would you
You could
suggest
have your
there be a motion of council to direct you to prepare the ordinance?
Yes.
That's where I'm headed. I'm just trying to stay, I understand what people are thinking. I'm just trying to stay with what's legal.
And what I was addressing, Mayor, is that it could be presented. You could have the first reading. You could ask for have on proper motion, waive the second reading, ask that it be have a vote that it be passed, vote that it be passed as an emergency, and it could take effect immediately if you want to make that use change effective as soon as possible.
And this is all because this is an added use, not a conditional use?
That's correct. You're changing your code by doing this.
Gotcha.
Conditional use is not changing your code. You're applying it to a specific piece of property in a specific application. This is a change in your use because you do not have a data center as a use within B2.
Mike, what?
There's a list. There's a
Got it.
list here.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah,
So-
so we're adding to this.
Yeah,
Other
for sure.
companies that
The
may
other
not
one
do
did.
want to have data centers,
Yeah.
it'll be there.
I have another recommendation for you. It's with this one. Can I get you to look at some other ordinances for other towns and see if there is any potential for any additional uses that we may not be thinking of, that we may run into in the future, that may be beneficial for us to look at? I know that's not asking.
That's council's direction.
That'd probably be a directive for the planning commission or the RFP we've sent out for the update on our zoning.
No, that's a good point.
We've sent out for that RFP.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's a good.
So,
point.
so if we get this study done,
Yeah, no, you're right.
Hopefully,
That's good.
Hopefully next year,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
would say, maybe.
Perfect.
as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Right. This is the role of the commission.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And I call it the study arm of the council, the research arm. This is their work to come back with a recommendation.
Absolutely.
But I think your suggestion is a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know that it's his role.
No, yeah, you're right.
Could I add
If he
something?
wants me to look, I can look.
No, I don't want you to look.
If council directs me to look, I can. But I think what the comment that John made and the mayor that you addressed, that the planning commission, that is what they're there for.
Yeah.
To look and see if what is good, what is not so good that needs to be changed within your existing, particularly with zoning, obviously.
Yeah, it's
And
an
in this
issue.
particular instance, it's still with an amendment to the zoning ordinance. And if you need to have your subdivision ordinance overhauled, that's something that the planning commission can look to and understand. You've got an RFP to that effect out now, so.
That's awesome. Yeah, good deal.
Yeah, could I add something?
Sure.
Could we be overthinking this? The gentleman, when he spoke, said that the main point of his office, would be an office and a headquarters for a company. When this, when the charter was written, there was no data center or anything. No one even knew what a data center was. So it looks like if you take his statements, we could go around, not go around, but legally approve an office because it's in the use. And I don't know of any office that doesn't have data in it, and get
I
around.
think that's a very limited interpretation, Doug, in what you're trying to do. I don't think that's wise. That's just my thoughts.
But do you think, when a charter was written, no one even knew what a data center was. So if he said
No one knew
his,
what Google or
Well,
anything else like
but-
that was either. That's why you have to make changes to it. You
well,
just can't
sure,
arbitrarily and vaguely go through
but
working
he,
your way to make things fit from a square peg into a round hole.
but his whole.
I don't recommend it. That's all I
Okay,
can say.
well, I'm just going by his statement. His main thing was an office and an office headquarters. And what he was doing with the data was very limited. But his main concern was an office and a headquarters for a company would be located. The majority of it would be off premises, maybe like at another location.
The planning commission took into account everything that he had to say, and they made their recommendation. I think that's what council needs to follow.
I have a thought here. In order to facilitate what is happening, is there a motion from council to authorize the attorney to move forward with an ordinance?
The amendment of the ordinance.
The amendment of the ordinance, to add the amendment of the ordinance, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to amend the ordinance, O-2022-0101.
It would actually be, Jeff, the definitional section that comes under, which would be
154-071.
154.071 use regulations to
Okay.
add
To add,
subsection GG.
I'll make the motion, okay. So we can make the motion to amend section 154.071 use regulations to include data services.
Yes.
Okay.
Connie, were you able to get that? Okay. Jeff, if you need to, do you want Jeff to restate that for clarity?
I make a motion that we amend the Business General District B2 ordinance under 154.071 use regulations to add data services to the list.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Mike seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion?
Not to belabor the point, from what I understood from what the planning commission recommended, that also had a restriction on first level use, correct?
Well, that was in the pre-existing ordinance already.
Okay,
Okay, so we didn't put the codicil
okay.
on
I
that.
just want to make sure I understood.
Yes.
So there is no restriction. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in the existing,
But you didn't change it, Jeff.
no, we didn't change, we amended the list. We didn't change any restrictions, yes.
Or should we address that now?
It's already been addressed by the planning commission. That's what their recommendation was.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Okay. There's a motion and the second on the floor. Connie, for clarity, if you're able, would you mind to reread the motion so we clearly know what we're voting on? Thank you.
Okay, motion was to amend to ordinance 154.07, use regulations to add data services.
Okay,
It's 154.071.
154.07.
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you. All right, there's a motion on the floor made by Jeff, seconded by Mike. Any further discussion?
I just want to state, it would be my intent to let Mr. Earls know that when this is brought back before the council in 3 weeks, that it be approved. And I'd urge all the council members to approve it, to allow Mr. Earls to go ahead and open his business.
I agree.
Okay, so that is an implied,
Do you understand what's going on here? Okay, it's complicated.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
He's a geek, he knows it, right?
he knows it.
Yes, okay, I will ask a roll call vote. Connie?
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Yes.
Marion.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. The second part is to allow Lucky Duck to have a conditional use permit. And I'll ask for a report from Jeff from the Planning Commission. A recommendation, please.
Yes, so we recommended a conditional use permit for Lucky Duck. So that's basically, and under which we provided a couple of, I guess if you want to call stipulations? Conditions, conditions as far as hours of operation. And like I said, town manager has those. Dave, if you want to get them before you leave.
The hours of operations they recommend are similar to what we have in our ordinance for a pool room. So they cannot operate between the hours of 8 a.m. or 1 a.m. and 8 a.m. daily, and not before 1 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay, so what are the hours of operation?
Anything not 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. or before 1 p.m. on Sunday.
I'm watching what's going on. Tell me what you're doing here.
He's just done it in reverse.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, we were going to include the age, I think.
Please correct
Yep.
me. What's going on?
Minimum age of 21, as well as if they ever choose to serve alcohol, that will need to come back to the Planning Commission for approval.
Okay. So the hours of operation, Jeff, the conditions are?
Yes, that they can operate from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily, except for Sunday, which they would open at 1 p.m. until 1 a.m.
Okay, and those are the conditions that are included in the
And
recommendation?
that they would have to be 21 years of age, and if they had ever decided to serve alcohol, that they would have to come back to the planning commission.
Thank you. Does everybody understand what the recommendation is?
It's 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then Sunday 1 p.m.
To 1 a.m.
Okay. Okay. Jeff, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit as expressed in our detailed setting with the time limits and the time constraints as far as hours of operation for Lucky Duck.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to give a conditional use permit to Lucky Duck. Is there a second to
I'll
this
second.
motion? Richard seconds. Is there any further discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Molly,
Yes.
Marion.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, planning commission.
Mayor, can we ask?
Thanks, Daniel, for coming.
Question in regards to, we didn't ask him when he had an intention on opening. I'm curious.
I
if
think
it's-
that's reasonable.
Now that you know that, you've been given a conditional use permit, did you have an opening date? First of February.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Next on our agenda, this is Roman numeral 9, item E, IDA update. Blake Ray. Blake?
Good evening again. I just realized that I forgot to ask Ashley to print this, so I sent it to John if you guys need a copy, but I just wanted to give you guys a few quick updates. So December, we made, the IDA made a priority to have 2022 planning discussion. One of the first things that we wanted to tackle was how can we as a body help small businesses? And then secondly, how can we as a body help mid-sized businesses, so those 50 employees to 250 employees? So Pop-Up Richlands, you guys voted to fund with ARPA funds for $25,000. Once that happened, Ashley got right to work in getting everything planned out. Shanna Plaster, our Northwestern supervisor, also committed $7,000 for this round of pop-up from her discretionary fund. She has the intention of doing that in July for a fall session. So, I've got to, before I go into the details on this, thank Ashley, because she is very new in her role, but she has done an excellent job of taking the direction of the IDA and getting this planned. She's working with the Economic Development Director at the county level. She's working with the Economic Development Director for the town of Marion that we have modeled this project on. And she has gotten, and we are working with the SBDC, and everything is planned to start. March 21st will be, March 24th will be the first class, and it will conclude on April 28th. March 24th, and it will go through April 28th. Week 1 will be Introduction to Small Business and Business Planning Overview. This will be taught by Tim Danielson, the Tazewell County Economic Development Director, and Margie Douglas, the Director of the Small Business Development Center. Week 2, Financials and Legals, the Foundations for Success. This will be taught by Misty and Mike Bandy. Legals will be covered by Shannon Cook. Week 3, Credit, how do you score, how can you build it? The instructor will be Billy Roberts from Virginia Community Capital. Week 4, Marketing, Public Relations, and Advertising. This will be covered by the marketing instructor from the SBDC, and that is Brittany Clark. And then week 5 will be questions for participants and putting it all together. That will be facilitated by Margie Douglas. Week 6, which will be the April 28th date, will be class presentations and graduation. And the 3 judges that have been selected are not from Tazewell County and not from Richlands. Therefore, that was done so there would not be any potential view of conflict of interest or anything like that. So the judges that were selected will not know any of the participants. They were selected from the Tri-Cities area. So, with that being said, Ashley has done a great job of taking the lead on this. She sent me this update today. I forwarded that to John. John can get that to you guys. And so that takes care of the small business section. The next part of the planning that we did was around mid-sized businesses. We are going to start work on developing a true incentive package modeled from other municipalities, both towns and cities across Virginia. And, we really wanted to make sure that we're going to be competitive, especially, I've been talking a lot about Project Jonah, but there's going to be a lot of stuff that's happening around that. We want to make sure that we are providing the proper incentives for some of those businesses to locate here. So there's more to come on that. Does anybody have any questions?
Blake, I appreciate your report. Would you send that to John?
Yes.
And John, would you distribute
John
that to all
has
the
it.
members of council? Probably the email or have them brought to us individually?
Yeah.
Blake, if you would mention, or if you could address, I had a question. Who can participate in these things? What's the process for?
So anybody can participate. The conditions are that, obviously it has to be a business that's going to be locating within the downtown area of Richlands. The program's really redesigned to build our effective Main Street, and our effective Main Street, since we don't technically have one, is Front Street, 2nd Avenue, and then those side streets, the parallel streets that go through there. So Anybody who wants to open a business in the town of Richlands is more than willing, more than capable to participate. Now, there are some attendance restrictions there, so you will not qualify if you miss any of the classes. You have to be here for everyone, or somebody, a representative has to be here for everyone to be able to qualify for the grant money. Now, the grant money is going to be ran through the town and the Economic Development Director's Office. We're not just going to hand somebody a check for $5,000. It's a reimbursable grant. So if someone uses it to purchase inventory, let's say you have a clothing boutique start, they need to purchase inventory, there has to be a receipt provided to Ashley, the Economic Development Director, and that will be voted on to reimburse. And then, it can reimburse rents, utilities, any of those nuisance things that are just cause friction for a new business owner to get through. That's what that capital is designed to do. The cool thing about this is the money that you guys voted to approve, and the money that's being donated by Shanna was, it's going to go straight to the participants. The great thing is we were able to leverage right here in our own backyard the Small Business Development Center. That is a state-funded organization. They are covering the cost fully for the facilitation. And then you had some great volunteers like Mike and Missy Bandy, and then Shannon, who are volunteering some of their time to go through that work. So the cool thing about it is that money doesn't get shifted. A little bit of it's going to be used for marketing purposes, which Ashley updated me today. Marketing is going to start within the next couple of weeks, I think. So, there will be some cost associated with that, but 95 or more % of that money will go into the hands of potential entrepreneurs who want to, start a business in Richland.
I have 3 questions.
Okay.
Number one, I guess to the town attorney, is that an accepted use for the ARPA money? $25,000 that we donated of the ARPA money to.
That's what I'm gonna look into.
Okay, how can we allot that money if we don't know if it's an accepted use? The $25,000.
Until he lets us know, Doug.
Is that
All the items that council approved essentially is just designated pending attorney approval.
okay?
So if it's not approved, then we'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to
pay for it.
Yeah, how to pay for it.
Which I can tell you there, so the money from the town through the ARPA funds and the money that was provided through through the county are not the only funds that we're seeking for this project. We have connected Ashley with Mr. Mansour from the Thompson Charitable Foundation. She will be applying for a grant through there. There are some private financial institutions that have some grant money available that those applications will be going out as well. So the overall plan and goal was never to fund this fully with public funds. It was to fund it with a portion of public funds and then seek private monies. So that is happening. Those take time, I think. The Thompson Charitable Foundation grant, don't quote me on this, but I think the deadline is February for the April meeting. And so she is working very diligently to get that application done for this project. And then, it is philanthropic season just started now. So the majority of corporations in America are opening up their grant portals for the 22-22 fiscal year. So we are watching those diligently so we can search other sources. Because here's the thing, long time future, plans, there's not going to be ARPA money next year, right? So how the heck are we going to pay for it next year if this program's successful? We got to find other sources of money. And I'll tell you, Ashley's working with a wizard in Ken Heath who has done this for the last 12 years for mentorship and guidance. So I'm really confident that we will be able to continue keeping this project going.
Number two, just a suggestion, including, I think Marion did this, they gave credits instead of money, like credits on electricity, credits on, instead of giving outright money, once the business was started, they gave like $5,000 credits instead of actual money toward that business. That's just a suggestion that you might think of. Okay, number 3, this one's for me, and make sure it goes into the minutes. I would urge not only pop-up Richlands, but any grant money that goes toward a business, I would have a concern, or just to keep everything appropriate, anyone on the IDA that makes decisions on these grants, I would be very careful that they were not reciprocal of some of this money, because it might be perfectly okay, but
That is also taken into consideration. So no IDA member, we had this discussion, right? No IDA member can go through the program. I mean, they can go through the program.
Well, I'm talking not only pop-up, I'm talking about any grant money from Cumberland Plateau or anything. I think if you're on the IDA, that should disqualify you from any of this money from grants that you're a participant in that business. I think that's a conflict of interest. That's just for me. I'm just saying this, if it's ever looked at, it's clearing Doug Ratliff, okay? I will have no part of, if you're on a certain committee and it has power to direct that money, I don't think it should go to any business that you're a participant in it. That's just from me.
Okay.
That's all.
I'm actually glad you brought Cumberland Plateau up, because one other thing that I forgot to update you guys on, Ashley is working through looking at the USDA. No, not anymore.
Not ready yet.
Not ready yet, sorry. Take that back.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
I have one question. Go ahead, Darryl.
Daryl?
Well, it's really a comment. Blake, you need to remember that they can also come to the Tazewell County IDA and get seed money from the VCTA.
Yeah, I will. Margie actually brought that up. So Margie is also in charge of doing business planning for the VCTA stuff. So hopefully what ends up happening is they take their business plans that they get here, they can then work through those, bring them to the county IDA, and leverage the VCTA grant for seed capital as well. So I have zero worries that Margie will not make sure that they're shepherded that way.
Margie's very good.
Marion?
I was also going to just comment that Margie Douglas is a real
Fantastic. Salt
asset
of the earth.
for your team, and I'd spoken with her recently, and she had mentioned how excited she is to be partnering with the IDA and pop-up.
Yeah, it is a transformative program, like I told you guys when we brought this to the table last month. I am just thrilled that in 30 days, after you guys gave us the conditional yes on the $25,000 to fund it, that everybody worked so hard to put it together. And stuff like this doesn't happen this quickly. I mean, this is starting first quarter of 2022. That's huge.
Yeah, I commend you on that. Do you know where the classes will be held yet?
Right here in the town hall chambers.
Have you designated the night and the time yet? Or?
Yeah, so all of the day, it's a Thursday night. I think it's from 6 to 8, starting on the 24th of March, concluding on the 28th of April.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Blake, you're also, I think you're up for IDA appointment. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, so we did have a resignation prior to the last IDA meeting. Reese Strong has resigned from the IDA effective the last IDA meeting, so January 4th. We had a discussion around what we were looking for in candidates. So a couple of ideas were thrown out there: engineers, somebody with, prior government experience, prior private sector experience. to help build a team. So, I've really worked on building teams for the last 10 years of my career, and the one thing I can tell you is you have to fill the room with people who know what you don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. I don't claim to know everything, and I never will, but I always want to make sure that we have the right people in place to help us with that. We did talk to a couple of candidates. One is an engineer. He is not ready at this time, but would be interested if any other vacancies come on board. The other candidate that we talked to is Adrienne Cordell. She has expressed interest in the position and is willing to serve. So with that, I guess we need a motion and a second. You guys do your thing.
So you've talked to Adrienne and she is willing to serve?
Adrienne.
Okay, there is a vacancy on the IDA. Is there a motion to appoint Adrienne Cordell?
I'll make that motion.
Darrell Addison makes the motion to fill the vacancy left by Bree Strong. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask for roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Blake. Much
Thank you, guys.
appreciated.
Have a good evening.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, G, committee reappointments. And I think that you have, it says committee, I'll turn this over to you, John. What do you have in mind here?
Essentially, I spoke to Brad, and if I remember correctly, that he recommended that we go ahead and kind of rubber stamp reappoint all these individuals that have already been appointed, just so we have a record of every year. This is who we have on all these committees. We've had a lot of turnover, so you've looked at this a lot more frequently than hopefully we will over the next year. But just to kind of allow you to all see who's on each committee, and then approve it as that's still who is on those committees.
Okay, shall I read them?
You can.
All right, here we go. For the Planning Commission, it's a commission, just want to make sure we know.
Well, should we include the Recreation Commission on that?
It's not on here.
I know.
Wow.
Should be included, shouldn't it?
We should include it, but it wouldn't have a list.
You may include it with just one thing, what John's doing. These are requirements for under your charter. You have the planning commission that's part of that, so that's under your charter. Any of the other ones you do, it's up to the council's discretion as to how you handle it. But those, you have your appointment of your town manager, your town clerk, your town attorney, which you've already done.
Right.
Majority of those you're getting ready to do the town clerk. But the planning commission is one that has recurring.
It's a shall.
And your board of zoning appeals is another one. But,
I'm just looking at what we have right here, Jeff. I think we should do that, but I think we need a list, don't you?
Sure.
Or do you think so?
I thought so. I mean,
Is there a list?
what do you think, Mary Ann? You're
Well, I was kind of surprised I was going to mention it. You beat me to it.
Do you have
I
a
can have
list?
a list next
I think a list, so
meeting.
I mean, I have no objections to any of it, but to be clear, we have a list.
I can have that for next month.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's a perfect suggestion. Okay, for the Planning Commission, Richard Smith, Chairman, term of office, I think it's ending, right? 6/30/22. These are ending dates.
Correct.
Okay. Randy Smith, Vice Chairman, 6/30/24. Elliot Joyce, 6/30/24. Michelle Ellsworth is the Secretary, 6/30/24. Barry Alley, his term ends 6/30/22. John O'Daniel is concurrent. Jeff Hurst is concurrent. Okay, and I think we can do this all in one motion, if that's acceptable to council. All right, Industrial Development Authority members, Blake Gray, Chairman, his term ends 6/30/24. Larry Johnson, 6/30/24. I think Larry is the Vice Chairman. Is that correct? Anybody know?
Yes.
Is that right? All right, Larry Johnson, Vice Chairman, 6/30/24. Jan White, 6/30/25. Gary Jackson, 6/30/25. Cody Ellswick, 6/30/22. Craig Earl, 6/30/23. And open, we've just filled that, so we can add that as Adrienne Cordell. And I'm assuming, but that's a dangerous thing, that she will take the place of Reese Strong, and the term was ending 6/30/22. Okay, we all in agreement on that? Okay, next for the Zoning Board of Appeals, Gene Hurst, Chairman, 6/30/23. Bill Patton, 6/30/23. George Brown, 6/30/24. Barry Alley, 6/30/25. Larry Whited, 6/30/22. Is there a motion to reappoint these as read?
I'll make that motion.
Jeff makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Marion seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Being no discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Next, we have appointment of the town clerk. John, would you like to update us on that?
Essentially, we need to have a discussion on how you all would like to go through the process of a search or an application process, or how you'd like to open the search for a new town clerk.
Can I make a statement on that?
Certainly.
I have a suggestion. Why couldn't we record the meetings and then have a company like Mullins and Mullins, and I think they're in Tazewell, transcribe it? And that would be a minimal cost, and we wouldn't need a clerk with that if it's recorded. And that's what they do. They transcribe meetings. So that would be more accurate than even, except for Connie. She's very accurate, but that would save an employee, save money, and get the job done.
Well, I think that's not a bad idea. Our meetings are recorded on YouTube, so they're really there for people to see.
Well, I mean, we'd need
Yes,
an official recording
Absolutely.
to give them to transcribe.
Yes, and I don't disagree. I don't know how the process would work, but I know maybe almost, or maybe 9 months ago, a year ago, whatever, we were talking about getting some kind of transcription machine for Connie, because it's very difficult to take notes word for word. It's very difficult. So I think that's something to consider. As far as their options, that is certainly a good one, be it that company or some other company, I don't know. But I also think that the members of council may have thoughts on this.
I think that'd be a good idea.
I agree.
I think that would require another charter change because we're required by our charter. to
Get
have
ready to
a
say,
town
are we supposed to have a clerk?
We have a clerk.
I mean, we
Clerk
could do a
works
clerk.
directly for the council.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And does the clerk, there are more duties than just
Yeah, there are.
recording the minutes?
The clerk has, the clerk of the council, actually, for example, and I'm guilty of this, if you're going to be absent from a meeting, you should notify the clerk. You can notify other members of council. You can notify the manager. You should notify the clerk. There are many other things I don't know that I don't follow those things, but I think that we're remiss and we ought to do these things. And the other duties, as recording the minutes and getting them signed and whatever. And Connie, you could elaborate on that, but I don't know if you want to do it right now or not. But any other duties of the clerk that we don't realize?
Well, we have to keep the ledger up every month, so all those, documents that we have, like on databases, has to be recorded in it. You have to keep the ordinances up to date, keep them in the book, and also make files for all the ordinances, resolutions, that type of thing. Make the packets each month, just little miscellaneous things, doing with the council, plus attend all the different meetings that you have other than the monthly meetings.
But in that, different duties that were really not the clerks, but kind of fell on you. Looks like the finance office, the town office could perform those duties.
Yeah, they could do it.
Mhm. I think you were such a hard worker that anything that was loose, you sort of took it up.
To make sure it's accurate to
Right.
Well, that's one suggestion. Are there other suggestions?
I'd like to just sort of ask the town manager if he wants to open it up and see who's interested in applying for the job.
Well,
Yeah.
what do you think about an application?
Sure.
Not an interview, just apply.
Sure. And then we can also look into the transcribing thing too. I think that's a good idea.
So is there a consent? We don't need to vote on this, I think. Do you? Just a consensus to check on Doug's idea, to check on an application idea, just run an ad, whatever you call it. Maybe that's not appropriate. I'm asking other members to help me think, help all of us think. Richard, do you have any thoughts on that?
I didn't bring it up in the check register, but, located here. Here it is. We issued check number 11182 to Earl Cole doing business as The Voice for $1,117 for what I understand to be 3 advertisements in The Voice. I mean, the more that we advertise, of course, that's more cost that we're going to incur. Is this a position that actually has to be advertised in a paper, or is it something we can do on our website? Well, I mean, because it's an appointment by the council, and it technically doesn't have to be advertised. My opinion is we don't advertise it and don't incur this expense. I mean, I read those ads and I didn't see $1,100 worth, but I guess the cost of doing business is going up.
It's the legal way. So, Brad, I saw him give a thumbs up. You have a comment on that, Brad?
Just under your charter, it just strictly states you have 3 primary appointees: town manager, town clerk, town attorney. Under your charter.
Yes.
Those are your 3.
Yes. Okay, any other thoughts here?
I'm just gonna say, you adopt the rules of procedure as a council as to how you
What,
deal with that.
what does it say the duties of the town clerk are? Scope of work?
The page of stuff.
Yeah, it's in terms of, the clerk shall be the custodian of the corporate seal, to give notice of council meetings, to keep a journal of council proceedings, to authenticate the town clerk's signature and record in a full book kept for the purpose of all ordinances and resolutions, which Connie had mentioned. And then the big one is to perform such other duties as may be prescribed or requested by council. So that's this or this, depending on what you all want.
I have a suggestion. We don't need to tarry about it. If the public is not aware, Connie has offered to remain as the clerk so as not to leave us in a bind. Am I correct, Connie? Until we find someone. So I would suggest that, and I'm open to change on this at all, that we somehow be thinking of someone we want to appoint. It would avoid cost. And maybe, John, if you could research Doug's idea, and then we could at the next meeting, what do you think, guys? Your thoughts?
Could we do a combination?
I think it's a combination too. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
You could do, it would take you no time at all, well, a little time to do the seal and those 2 or 3 duties that were mentioned in the scope of work. And if it was recorded, which sometimes you wouldn't have to be here, and transcribed by that company, like somebody like Mullins and Mullins, maybe you would stay on to perform those duties because it wouldn't take as much time as you're using now. If just a suggestion.
Connie, why don't you just stay?
Connie, you're gonna be here a while.
That's the easiest answer.
Yeah, and if we take a lot of the work, a lot of the time-consuming, I mean, that would help you a lot, where you could stay. Right, I mean,
But you do have to, I mean, off the spot, but there is a lot of little things that you have to do that you're not aware of to make sure everything is recorded right, everything's in the book, and these ordinances and things like that, because any moment, you know, like Ray could call and say, okay, can you get this out of the notes and send this to me, or, you know, just different things like that, so you have to always be aware of what's going on.
I think that would take a lot of the work.
That's why I spend hours.
Right. Right. And even the meetings, if we transcribe it, you wouldn't have to be at all meetings. I'm sure you got a lot of other things, but you could still have those, you know.
Well, should we ask the manager to research the possibility of some company that records our minutes? Can you do that, Brad?
Yeah, look
You
into, I
guys
say
are
look
okay with
into it,
that?
yeah.
And what we talked about, not being word for word, this would get word for word transcribed and everything where,
Because the most important thing is for when you vote,
right.
you know.
But this would be
That's
an,
the most- yeah,
this would be an accurate account and it wouldn't take as much
yeah.
of your time.
Are we good on that? We're asking the manager to research this about a company that can transcribe it for us.
So we don't want to do the applications or open it up?
I don't know.
I'm with Richard, let's save some money.
Well, I think we could advertise it on our webpage at least. I think we gotta advertise it some way.
It
I mean,
always looks better.
I don't think,
We can put it on our website, Facebook, and have
Yeah.
applications through the
yeah,
7th.
but
that I can
people
have those
gonna
from
see
you
it
all
more
already.
on those sites than they are in the paper anyway.
Let me ask you this, though. If Connie is staying, why do we have to advertise it? I mean, she's already here, she's clerk. I don't see a need for advertisement.
So you wanna see if you're,
Yeah,
John,
a
explore
combination.
your idea first, okay.
A combination.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
And save
I'm
money
just
for-
saying,
Yeah,
we
sure, I-
need to advertise it. If
Right.
we're gonna hire somebody, we need to
If-
advertise it.
I
somewhere.
agree, but if Connie would stay,
Right.
then that would eliminate that.
Well,
I mean,
why-
that's a suggestion.
One thing she has written, Connie, did you give us a letter of resignation?
Can I see one then?
I believe you did.
She did, but then she sent the second one.
I sent the second one saying let's stay on until
Yes.
we got somebody to be able to
Right. I'm just trying to follow what we're trying to do.
If, when could you think this over and maybe get us a combination?
Yeah, well, just give me a couple of days to think it over, and then especially with the transcribing, which this last, month I tried to do bullet points and things, but I didn't do very well because I was so used to typing word for word. Then I could decide, you know,
Uh,
do something.
That should be 80% of the work,
Yeah.
you know?
So
I
you're
think
gonna
in
take
fairness
20%
to
of the pay?
Connie, she would have
They're
to
talking
wait
about
and
salary
see
too.
about the
Yeah.
We would have-
transcript, if we're gonna be able to enter into an agreement with
Yes, we
someone to
would have to.
transcribe. I think you couldn't make a decision until we had that answer.
Right, exactly.
I think that's exactly right, Mary. And we need to find out more particulars here until we can.
I will point out, if we go the transcription route, we would have to renegotiate with Connie, or it would increase our costs.
Yes.
Not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, or it needs to be up to council, but just because we go to transcription doesn't mean Connie's gonna take, 20% of what she's making to do the other part. We'd have to have that discussion.
I agree. Okay, John, do you know what to do?
No.
Research. Well, I threw that out hoping you would just say yes.
Since,
I don't think we're really clear. Here's what I think, and you guys please correct me. Right now, we're asking you to research what it would cost to find companies who could transcribe for us. That's the next thing.
could I have another suggestion? Since John is busy, would there be any way that maybe Connie could help him research the companies and maybe come up with an idea with John? Because I'm sure he's a busy man and he would be grateful for the time.
Doug, I beg to differ with you on this one. I think since Connie's involved in an employment position, it's better if he does that. Okay? Thank you.
I got it.
Are you okay with that, council?
And we'll just hold off on advertising or any other until our next meeting.
I think that's important. Are you okay with that, Darryl?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff?
Yes, thank you.
Doug?
Yeah.
Consensus. Richard? Mike?
Yep.
Mary Ann? There you have it, John.
All right.
Do you know what to do now?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can I just make a statement?
Yes, you may.
I think y'all have to understand, first of all, Connie is 110% to his job. Second off, she is just getting ready to enter into the graduate program as a full-time student. Third, she's getting ready to open up a business, or has opened up a business in the town of Richlands, which is going to take a tremendous amount of dedication for that business to be successful, which what y'all all testify to, coming to Richlands for a place for y'all to be successful. Asking her to do all of those responsibilities, and I've witnessed all of this stuff firsthand with her, and she won't say no. But as a personal friend, I've seen the stress that the town has put Connie under with her trying to manage everything. And as a friend, and as a friend to all of y'all, I think you ought to give Connie the benefit of the doubt and thank her for a job well done, and let her get on with her life as she sees fit for herself and her family. That's my little comment.
Thank you, Ginger. Okay, Connie, are you capable of doing that?
Just move on with them this moment.
Yeah, making your own decisions. Thank you. Okay, charter update discussion. It's Roman numeral 9, letter I. Charter update discussion.
I still have the draft. You should all have that in your agenda packet. And then I have resolutions drafted for the 3 items that we had discussed potentially moving forward with. So I'll just kind of leave it up to council on how you would like to move forward. We discussed several different options, but nothing was really decided on. So I'm still here for some direction.
Can I make a motion?
Well, would you want to have discussion first, or what would you like, Doug?
I'd like to make a motion.
You may make a motion.
I make the motion that, let me see. If you want to have discussion, then I'll make the motion, okay?
I think it would be wise.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, so you need direction. Let's see, does everybody have a copy of the charter? It was included in our packet. Is this the corrected charter, or the charter?
It should have the changes in red.
Okay, I think it is, yes. If you'll turn to page 11, guys, let's just take it right here. Page 11. In red, I think those are the proposed changes. Is that right?
I think we changed that, actually.
Okay, would you like to go ahead with that, Mike?
Yeah, I think we removed everything after each member of council shall be limited to 2 consecutive elective terms in office, period. And then went with number 2. I think we got rid of the after serving 2 we just made it simple, if you remember. And removed that part and kept in 2, time served as an appointed member of council should not be counted towards the term limit.
Mike, I suggest, because you're right, why don't you read this as it is proposed?
Sure. Each member of council shall be limited to 2 consecutive elective terms in office. Number 2, time served as an appointed member of council shall not count towards the term limit described above. These fall under Article 3, the council, 3.2, nominations and elections.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Do you want to take it one by one? Any discussion here? Okay. Next, on page 12. Everybody with me? I'll wait a little bit. Wait a little catch up.
I think no, 11. 11.
Okay. You good? Everybody good? Okay, on page 12. Go ahead, Mike, read that one, 3.5, Mayor.
Sure. How it's amended, correct?
The way that is proposed.
Sure. The mayor shall preside over the meetings of the council and have the same right to speak therein as a member and vote only in case of a tie on any matter before council, including ordinances and resolutions.
Okay.
But shall have no veto.
Okay.
That is the end of that.
Okay. It's number 2. It's just red number 2 on our copies. Do you see that, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Next page, 3. This is, Marianne, would you read this part right here, number 2 on page 13, about the vice mayor's role?
The vice mayor shall, in the absence or disability of the mayor, perform the duties of mayor, but shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting.
Okay. And keep going.
And this selected member shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting.
Go back up there.
You
It
want me
says,
to
yeah,
read
that whole
the
part,
thing?
because yes, please. You mind?
If a vacancy shall occur in the office of mayor, The vice mayor shall become mayor for the unexpired portion of the term. In the absence or disability of both the mayor and vice mayor, the council shall, by majority vote of those present, choose one of their number to perform the duties of mayor, and the selected member shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Okay, that's the next proposal. All right, and the next one, let me see here. Richard, would you mind to read the next one, number 3? Or any discussion on the previous ones, guys? I think we had a consensus on that, not a vote, a consensus.
Well, we didn't have a consensus, but we,
Well, we haven't voted on anything.
right,
We're just going to make sure we understand what we're doing.
yeah, sure.
The enacting clause of all ordinances passed by the council shall be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands, no ordinance shall be passed until it has been read at any 2 meetings, regular, special, or emergency, unless the requirement of a second reading has been dispensed with by the affirmative vote of 4 of the members of the council.
Okay, I'm just going to go over them. We'll come back and just do what we need to do, or whatever we think we need to do. Okay, looking on page 14, Daryl, do you mind to read this part?
Let Jeff do that.
Okay, Jeff, would you like to read this, please?
Sure. Number 3, C, all ordinances and resolutions passed by the council shall be in effect, period.
At the time.
Oh. Got too many daggone red lines. No wonder Darrell didn't want to do it. Okay, all ordinances and resolutions passed by the council shall be in effect at the time set by council at the time of their passage. Period. No measure increasing the tax or license or providing for any new form of tax shall be adopted until the notice has been published in accordance with Virginia general statutes in a paper of general circulation in the town.
And then the last one, let's see here. I'll read this down here. It's a strikeout, pretty much. Appointees, number 4. Appointed town manager who shall be the administrative and executive head of the municipal government. The town manager shall be chosen by the council without regard to political beliefs and solely upon the basis of his/her executive and administrative qualifications. At the time of his/her appointment, the town manager need not be a resident of the town or the Commonwealth. The town manager shall be appointed for an indefinite period and shall hold office during the pleasure of the council. And if you turn the page, well, I'll just finish that. All right, at the pleasure of the council. Okay, compensation shall be provided by the council by ordinance or resolution. The town manager may be bonded as the council may deem necessary. During the absence or disability of the town manager, or in the case of a vacancy, the council may designate, some properly qualified person to perform the duties of the office during such absence, disability, or vacancy. No council person shall receive such appointment during the term of which he or she shall have been elected, nor within 1 year after the expiration of his, her, or her term.
It's a typo in there.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
It's a typo.
What is the typo?
It should be his or her, or his/her term.
Of his or her term?
Yep.
Just strike out or her?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, do you follow what I'm saying, guys?
Yep.
All right, okay. So that's that proposal. Are there any more in here, John? I'm trying to recall.
And the 3 that really from the last few discussions, number 4, there was really no interest in moving forward with that unless something's changed. So I've only prepared really to discuss the first 3. Those are the ones that council, as of our last discussion, still had interest in pursuing.
So if we turn, I'm just going through it again to make sure I get it right. Okay, on page 11, number 1, council's desire.
You have the resolution there,
I do. So they pass them out.
please. Do we need to read the entire resolution? Yeah, okay.
Mike, depending on what you all decide to do, for the purpose of the General Assembly, they have to have copies of the minutes, copies of the actual changes, and then copies of the resolution relative to the changes. So,
Correct. Correct, and they are prepared to move forward with these as well.
Okay. Now, Mike, I have a question. When you called me this afternoon to ask me about it, are these resolutions that you and John prepared? Is that right?
John prepared these, and he allowed me to look over these to see if there's any changes, anything that I was to see.
Okay.
As I am,
Essentially,
I've been-
all it is the changes. This one has the first change, and then the required verbiage. That's essentially all, is just putting it in a approvable format.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, he called me and asked me about these things, and he said he had asked you to write the resolution and confer with you, just to clarify in my mind. Would you read these, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. Resolution R 2022-01-01. Whereas the town of Richlands desires to amend the current charter, and whereas council has discussed setting term limits on numerous occasions, and whereas a public hearing was held on September 14, 2021 to allow public comment of the proposed charter changes, and whereas the current charter does not include term limits, and whereas Article 3.2, nominations and elections of the Richlands Town Charter shall read, the mayor and members of council in office on the effective date of this act shall serve until their successors have been elected and qualified. Municipal elections within the town of Richlands shall take place on the first Tuesday of the first Monday on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of each even-numbered year, and shall coincide with the November general elections. At each such regular municipal election, 3 council members shall be elected for terms of 4 years each, and the mayor shall be elected for a term of 2 years. The term of office for the council member and mayor so elected shall commence on January 1, immediately following such election, and shall continue until their successors have been elected and qualified. Council shall be a continuing body, and no measure pending before such body shall abate or be discontinued by reason of expiration of the term or removal of any of its members. 2013, 519. 1. Each member of council shall be limited to 2 consecutive terms in office. 2. Time served as an appointed member of council shall not count towards the term limit described above. Now therefore be it resolved that the town council of Richlands hereby supports the application for a charter change be submitted to the Virginia General Assembly.
Okay, question. Is this just for the term limits?
This is just for term limits.
Okay. Okay, a question. How soon, even if we get this in, it's gonna take, what, a year or two?
it depends on what the General Assembly decides to do. My understanding is they try to get these types of amendments to town charters as soon as possible before session. But I guess it is possible that it could be submitted to both chambers in terms of the House and Senate, going through Senator Hackworth and Delegate Moorfield in their respective offices, with the documents I mentioned in terms of having the public hearing notice, the advertisement, the actual minutes from council, the resolution, and the specific charter changes. If they choose to act on it, they could do it this year, I presume. I don't know if that's the case or not. I can't say how the General Assembly sets up its calendar and how much they're already into session, if they can take it up this year or not. I do know that.
I've talked to several of them, and, I mean, estimates are at least 2 years. A little over, yeah.
Again, I've never had it take that long, but again, what I've tried to do is before session.
But
I've had history with dealing with, this is the first time I've done it for the town of Richlands, so I'm not sure what the process will be for them.
Okay, I guess what I'm thinking, it's going to take a while to do this. Okay, I would like to make a motion that we put it on a referendum in November and let the public vote on it. And I think one of the citizens came up that there is a law that it can be binding with a resolution, with a referendum. So why not let the public speak? And if they want to change the charter, fine. Let them decide. Everybody's always talking about, I want public comment, I want the public involved. Okay, this is one time that we can get the public involved and let the citizens decide if they want to change that charter.
One thing, I'm not sure that a referendum on this is binding. I think it would express people's will. I think ultimately it's up to the council of what they want to do.
Well, it can go either way. It can be there is a law that it can be binding or only advisory.
I don't know.
I don't know what the law is, but you can research it. There is a law that it would be binding.
Charter amendments can happen under two options. You can go through a referendum and then have the council act upon it, or you can have a public hearing and have the council act upon it. Those are the two methods.
Brad, do you know, I was listening carefully to what Doug was suggesting. Are these referendums binding?
It's a referendum, so then it's basically a substitute for dealing with the public hearing you had on after publishing notice. So you have a referendum that they basically go through the vote, and then that's the direction of how they want council to proceed.
It is binding, right?
Again, I do not know whether or not it's binding or not, but I know those are two methods by which the council can act.
Okay.
Well, can I ask the audience, does anyone know of a law that it can be binding?
Wait a minute, Ms. Mala, just a second. I'm not ignoring you.
Well, if you don't know the answer, why not ask someone that would?
And so I'm not going to even address that, Doug. I'm not even going to address it.
I have a thought, Doug. My question is not about that. I just was maybe misunderstanding. If I may you can hold that thought. Brad, have you reviewed these? Have you helped write them so you know what the writing is?
I did not deal with the specific drafting of these, but the resolution basically is just a reflection of council's vote and direction to the General Assembly, how they want them to act.
Okay.
There's not, in terms of a specific language that needs to go in them, except for the changes that they're recommending that specifically addresses what, I think there are 3 or 4 different specific changes that are being requested. Council will vote on those and then basically set that out in the resolutions to how they want the General Assembly to change the charter language.
Okay. I appreciate it.
And those are addressed in each one of the red line and strike provisions of the charter that you all have read through and each one of the council members has read through tonight.
Okay, I just wanted to know if you've had a chance for legal review on it, your own review.
Again, these are not anything that are contrary to law in terms of what the council is requesting to do. They're appropriate in terms of what council, it's again, I can only tell you as to the legality of the process, not whether or not it's the most efficient or best way to do it.
Which is not what I'm asking.
Right. So.
Do you understand? That is not what I'm asking. I'm only asking, had you reviewed the language?
Yes.
Thank you.
And it was appropriate. I can say that.
Well, can you state that in your research, can you state that it can't be left up to the citizens?
All I can tell you, Doug, is that the process and the procedure that the council has followed up to this point is appropriate. Are there other means of doing it? As I mentioned, there are 2 ways of handling this process. The council has followed the one that is statutorily appropriate.
Can you say there's not a law that it's not advisory, it can be binding if it's in a referendum? Can you state that? Or could you do the research and find out?
I could possibly do the research, but again, that's not relevant to what the council is acting on tonight. Other than to say, it is a collateral issue that you want to have pursued. The council has acted in an appropriate manner as to how it has dealt with the advertisement, the notice, and the resolution language that's been presented to council tonight.
It's relevant for the whole thing. If we go through this process, which way we go, it's relevant to everything we've talked about. This is it's not a side issue.
I want to make a suggestion, Doug. Your point is well made, trust me. And so I'm going to ask, you have wanted to make a motion. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we put this on the referendum and let the citizens decide where they want to change their charter that's been acted 100 years.
Or is your motion just this first resolution or all charter changes?
All charter changes.
All right, Doug
bring
is
it-
making a motion to ask the council to place on referendum all charter changes, and that would be in the November election.
Yes.
Is that clear? If I got it right?
You got it clear. Yes,
Is
sir.
there a second to Doug's motion?
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
Of our town attorney. If it's on a referendum and we have the wishes of the people and say that is it favorable, either way, say it's favorable to make a charter change, does the General Assembly still have to approve that? You still have to go through the process of the General Assembly?
The council still has to act. Council still has to act in terms of up or down vote as to what changes it wants to submit to the General Assembly. If that's what you're asking.
Yes. So it's not automatic if the referendum, if the people vote either way?
That's correct. That's my understanding of the way the law reads, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Brad, the General Assembly's still gotta act on it even if the citizens vote?
Yes.
Or just the
Yes, the
council?
General Assembly is the ultimate
Okay.
last voice as to approval. I mean, the town doesn't exist under charter except to the General Assembly. That's how it was initially created now due to the laws of the Commonwealth, when any municipality.
Our legislative services are ready. They're ready for this and have been informed, and even have room for the bill, right? I can confirm that as of yesterday. So,
Why wouldn't you want the citizens to have a voice? I don't understand why that council wants to make that decision. Why not involve the citizens and let them make the choice? I don't understand why we're always in a hurry to do what the council wants to do and put the citizens to the side and not care what they think.
I don't think that's true. And the way you say that is incorrect. We've had the public hearing. We have abided by all laws. You're elected to make these decisions. You're up here just like the rest of us. A number of people elected you to make these decisions. This charter. We give the citizens ample opportunity. Ample. We've looked at this for over 4 months. I was elected to make these decisions. And I'm ready to do that.
Why do we put like liquor by the drink on the referendum? That was put on a referendum. If council had decided that, the citizens would not get a voice. We have a lot of things put on referendum. And you know and I know that very few people show up to the meetings. And that limits how many citizens get a voice. But if we put it on a referendum, the whole 100% of the residents of Richlands will have a voice.
I have a thought here, guys. You made a motion, Doug. There's a motion on the floor. We've had some discussion. The motion needs a second. Is there someone who would like to second this motion?
I'd like to ask Councilman Ratliff to amend his motion to take all these under one motion, because I have an issue with number 2, and I'd like to handle these one at a
Individually?
time. Individually.
All right, Doug, would you care to amend your motion? This is what Richard, tell me if I'm getting it right. He's asking you to amend your motion to the first change, which is about term limits.
I'd like for you to state.
Take it one by one.
Instead of doing all 4 of them in one lump, because I have an issue with number 2 in the charter.
Okay, so you want one at a time? Which one? Could we do the first one first?
All right.
Okay. I make a motion.
That's on page
12 or 11?
11.
11, I believe it is. Okay, I make a motion that we put on referendum 3.2, the changes in 3.2 nominations and elections, that we put it on referendum for the citizens to vote on in November.
Is everybody clear on Doug's motion? It's put number 1 here on our copy. Okay. Doug, is there a second to Doug's motion? To put on referendum term limits, to make it simple.
I'll second it because I think it needs a vote.
Okay. There is a motion by Doug and a second by Richard to direct, I would say, our town attorney to move forward with putting on a referendum. And you can guide me on this, Brad. If I don't need to name you, I won't. But number 1, each member of council should be limited to 2 consecutive elected terms in office. And then we go down, the time served as an appointed member of the council should not count toward the term limit described above. I guess that would be a direction, but we'll save that. Let's just say there's a motion on the floor to put this on a referendum in the November election.
Okay. Are we in for discussion?
Just a minute.
Okay.
I'm just making sure. We have a motion and a second. I think we can have discussion. I will ask that each member limit it to 2 remarks, please.
Okay. This doesn't pertain to me because I'm not going to run 2 more terms, okay? This is just giving the citizens a voice in who they want on council. And I'm sort of torn because I do like limits, term limits. But then again, I always want the citizens to have a voice of who they want on council. So that's as I said, this will not pertain to me because I'm not going to run 2 consecutive terms, okay?
Any other discussion here?
Yeah,
Mike?
I think there's opportunity to, we're really, really, really good at kicking the can down the line. And this is an opportunity for us to really make some positive change. And it's clear as day. We've spent months looking at it. We've had our public hearing. And they're ready. They're ready to move forward.
Have you been in contact with Travis?
Yes. Travis' team is prepared to move forward and have room for us on the floor to move forward. We have the contacts for that. This can go to the floor and be approved by July, and we can actually
be approved in this General Assembly section and be in effect in July. Is that what you mean?
That's correct. That's correct.
Did you say we don't have 1 statement?
2.
2. Okay.
He's got one.
So
You've got one. Mike hasn't finished yet.
Okay.
So we have that opportunity. We have that opportunity to make real change for our citizens. I think it's a good change. We've had a public comment, and I've had many people reach out to me and say, this is a good thing, this is a good thing, let's do this. And I think this is just kicking it down. This is just taking another 1.5 years of it. I'd rather get it done for our citizens. That's just my opinion.
Any other comments?
My second statement
Can I
is,
make a statement first?
Yeah, let's give Marion an opportunity. Okay, Marion?
I always value citizen input. Like Mike Street, I've had a lot of citizens talk to me about this. They've all
This
been.
particular one,
This
Mary.
particular one, all of them really, but we're talking about this one. They're in favor of this one. And we did have, as been stated numerous times, we had the required public hearing. As our town attorney has stated, we have done everything correctly. And again, we're elected by the citizens. They're very difficult decisions to make, but I feel like that's why the 6 of us are elected. And finally, I will say that Councilman Street has spent a lot of time on this, and he has spoken with Travis Hackworth, as he said, and his team. In my personal opinion, my role was that I would be being disrespectful to a council member who has spent invested a lot of time in something.
Thank you. Any other person have something they would like to say? Doug, your second to them.
It's each councilman's job to spend a lot of time on every decision they make for the citizens, with all due respect. With all four of these changes, what's happening in Washington right now, if a party can't keep control of a council or legislature, the first thing they start doing is changing the rules so they can consolidate power. And I think this is a prime example, something that's worked 100 years. When people get kind of worried that they can't consolidate their power and rule over the people, then they start changing the rules so they can. That's my statement.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of council who wish to speak? Okay, being no further discussion on this motion, Connie, would you have a roll call vote, please?
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
No.
Darryl,
No.
Richard,
No.
Mike,
No.
Mary Ann.
No.
Motion fails.
Now, can I make the motion, another motion?
Let's go to discussion, the next one, okay?
Okay, sure.
See if we can make clearly, I don't want to drag it out, but this is important. Okay, so we are now on page 12, and these are about the duties of the mayor and the vice mayor. It's number 2. So I'll read it really quickly here. The mayor shall preside over the meetings of the council and have the same right to speak therein as a member, and vote only in case of a tie on any matter before council, including ordinances and resolutions, but shall have no veto. The mayor shall be recognized as the head of the town government for all ceremonial purposes, the purpose of military law, and the service of civil process. At the regular meeting of the council held in the month of January, following a municipal election, the council shall choose by a majority vote of all members thereof one of their number to be vice mayor for the ensuing 2 years. The vice mayor shall, in the absence or disability of the mayor, perform the duties of the mayor, but shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting. If a vacancy shall occur in the office of mayor, the vice mayor shall become mayor for the unexpired portion of the term. In the absence or disability of both the mayor and vice mayor, the council shall, by majority vote of those present, choose one of their number to perform the duties of mayor, and the selected member shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting. What we need now is the second resolution.
Would it be okay if we stick to the first item and make a decision on that one instead of skipping between all three of them?
The one on page 12?
Yeah, the first resolution that you all have.
We didn't decide.
We didn't.
Can we
Oh, okay.
make a decision on
Well,
that?
I'm very
one
sorry.
way?
I messed up.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, so we have a resolution here. What we voted on was Doug's motion. I'm sorry, John, thanks for helping me on that. All right, we have a resolution before us, Resolution R2022-01-01. All right, Mike read it. So is there a motion to adopt this resolution that's before us?
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution R2022-01-01.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann makes the second. Is there any discussion on adoption of the resolution R 2022-01 or 0101? Okay, there being no discussion, I will ask Madam Clerk for a roll call vote.
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darryl,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
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 Motion carries to adopt the resolution as read. Okay, now, John, should we go on with the next one? Do you want to hand out that resolution, please?
On this one, I tried to highlight the changes just so it would be a little bit more apparent, but it's written as it would read with the changes that are in red in the version you have.
Would you mind to repeat that, John? I couldn't hear because I'm touching my microphone.
Essentially, I just tried to highlight the changes that are visible on this, but this should be as it would read with the changes in the black and red version you have.
It works in tandem with...
So if something was deleted, it was deleted from this version. So this would be exactly what we would send to the General Assembly minus the highlight.
Okay, would you mind to read this for us then, please?
You just read it straight. There's no changes.
No, we need to read it.
I can read it.
I can read it if you want me to read it.
I'm asking John to read it.
Oh, dang it.
He's a better reader.
Thank you, John.
All right. Whereas the town of Richlands desires to amend the current town charter, and whereas the council has discussed duties of the mayor and vice mayor on numerous occasions, and whereas a public hearing was held on September 14th, 2021 to allow public comment of the proposed charter changes, and whereas the current charter does not clearly explain the role of mayor and vice mayor, and whereas Article 3.5 Mayor of the Richlands Town Charter shall read, the mayor shall preside over the meetings of the council, but is not a member thereof, have the same right to speak herein as a member, and vote only in case of a tie on any matter before council, including ordinances and resolutions, but shall have no veto. The mayor shall be recognized as the head of the town government for all ceremonial purposes, the purpose of military law, and the service of civil process. At the regular meeting of the council held in the month of January following a municipal election, the council shall choose by majority vote of all the members thereof, one of their numbers to be vice mayor for the ensuing 2 years. The vice mayor shall, in the absence or disability of the mayor, perform the duties of mayor, but shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting. And if a vacancy shall occur in the office of mayor, the vice mayor shall become mayor for the unexpired portion of the term. In the absence or disability of both the mayor and vice mayor, the council shall, by majority vote of those present, choose one of their member to perform the duties of mayor, and the selected member shall not lose their duties as a member of council, including but not limited to voting. Now therefore be it ordained that the Town Council of Richlands hereby supports this application for a charter change be submitted to the Virginia General Assembly.
Thank you, John. Going back up here, it seemed like a little hitch, didn't it?
Yeah,
In the
there's
wording somewhere. But is not a member thereof and have
You need to remove have the.
and
Have these should be removed.
yeah. But is not a member thereof have
Have
the
thee should be
and
removed.
have the.
Strike out have thee, the first
Remove
have
have
thee.
the.
Okay,
Strike out the first have thee.
I got it.
You got it.
I'm glad you read it. Thank you, John. It is important to get these things, and I appreciate it, Brad.
And the number 13 should be removed at the end of that
I didn't know
paragraph.
what that was. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mary Ann read this from the actual charter, the change, and here's the resolution before council. Is there any discussion on this resolution?
May I speak?
You may.
The first part, I have no idea why it's even put in there. I don't think you've ever had a problem with voicing your opinion as mayor. And I don't know any other mayor that has.
I have not.
So I don't even know why that was put in there. It's ridiculous. Okay. The second part of it, where that we let the vice mayor run a meeting and wear two hats, to me it doesn't make sense because if they're running the meeting, they can persuade either way of what their opinion's going to be and how they're going to vote. And there's one thing that none of you have really thought about. There's 6 members of council. Okay, say heaven forbid Rod gets sick. and who the vice mayor is takes over. That leaves 5 members. The mayor is a safety device in that if there is a tie, then he comes in and breaks the tie. Okay? If you have 5 members and you've got 3 members that votes one way, and then Marianne, or who the vice mayor, comes in and votes another way, lo and behold, we have a tie.
Motion fails.
A tie?
Doesn't work that way, Doug.
Motion fails, right?
It's not a tie, Doug. It's not a tie. It's 3-2. It's not a tie.
Well, but the vice mayor would have a vote.
The vice mayor would have to vote and make it 3.
But the motion fails.
That's what
Make
he
it
said.
3-3, so the
Yeah,
motion
so it doesn't pass. It doesn't pass. It fails.
Because
But-
there's no one else to vote.
A motion fails.
But if, I mean, that's never, I mean, that's
the motion fails.
that's an out though. Always, why we have a mayor that can come in and make a tiebreaker, then we lose that point in that we don't have a tiebreaker if the council disagrees on something.
You just table the motion till the next.
Doug, I can't address that, but what I can address is the first part about the mayor, and the wording is here. It says, "The mayor shall preside, not a member thereof," and then it goes on to say, if you look at the first paragraph, line 2, the second part of line 2, and vote only in case of a tie on any matter before council, including ordinances and resolutions. That is not in the current charter. And you might remember, I think I'm right, and if I'm wrong, please council correct me. When Paul was the mayor, and we were trying to finalize a budget, and there were questions on some of the taxes. And a question came up, I think somebody had left the council, was it Vicky? And I believe that was right. And the question arose, could Paul vote on an ordinance, a resolution? And I can't recall how that ended, but I don't think he did he? So therein, and then Jeff was appointed after that, I believe. And so that is, whether we agree or disagree, that's why that was put in here, okay? Just to tell you a little bit of the history that I can remember.
Clarification.
Clarification on that you could,
That the mayor could vote on.
Think about it in the case of a tie, ordinance or resolution.
I mean, I thought that was understood. I
Well,
mean,
it was because
questioned.
the mayor technically didn't have the title of council, and the ordinance stated 4 members of council. That's what gives me heartburn about this one. I think we've missed the boat on this one. Instead of changing the charter to reflect the actual root of the problem, we changed it to where it allowed the vice mayor to vote. I think the ordinances and resolutions that require 4 should be brought back to require a majority like every other vote. Then you don't have that issue. You don't diminish the power of the mayor. You don't put the vice mayor in a position to whether she has to decide where she's going to vote or not. If we had looked at this as a issue with the numbers instead of who was doing the votes, I think we would have been a lot better off with this one. You see where I'm coming
I
from?
do, and I'm not sure, but I think that the charter says, and I don't want to go to read it right now, but I can, it's here, says ordinances require 4 votes, or what we call a supermajority, I guess, of members of council, which would be 4 votes. And therein came the conundrum that we had 3 people wanting one thing, 2 people wanting another, and it failed. Those motions failed. Does that make sense?
It does, but if we have a full council and a full mayor, the way the charter's written now, on a tie, what I understand the ordinance to state, it says 4 council members.
It's the charter.
It is the charter. You are not a council member.
No.
You are a mayor
I
breaking a
may
tie.
speak as though a member
Right.
can speak, but I'm not a member
Exactly.
as the mayor.
So even in a tie on an ordinance and resolution, I don't know that we're not violating our own charter. Because technically, you are not considered a member of the council.
No, it says not a member, but
Isn't
can
that-
speak.
but it goes on to say the mayor can break the tie.
It does, but it doesn't specifically state anything about ordinances and resolutions which require a supermajority of four.
Well, we could add, well, I'd have to add anything.
I think we need to look at changing the number of members of council that it takes to pass these ordinances.
Such as a simple
A
majority.
simple majority. Correct.
But don't you think it was put in for a purpose? I mean, something as important as an ordinance, that's why they put it in there, to make a supermajority, because they were worried that they would pass things that maybe they wanted to slow the process until they got a supermajority.
I'm sure everything was put in the charter for a purpose, but to me, it diminishes the role of the mayor, it diminishes the role of the vice mayor, and it still allows for the question of a 3-3 tie. Is the mayor a voting member of the council?
Well,
when it comes to an ordinance and a resolution.
yeah, that's where it doesn't really speak. It only says shall vote in case of a tie, and that was where the question arose last year. Not precisely like that. We were 3-2. It begs the question.
I think if it states.
I don't have a solution.
I think if it states the mayor can vote in case of a tie, that should cover it all.
What's your opinion, Brad?
Brad, would you speak to
What's
the
your
legality of it?
interpretation?
First off, you gotta have 4 to have a quorum to do any action. So then if you have 4, you have a 2-2, you have a mayor, the mayor then does vote under that scenario. Granted, the language, and your language is limited in your charter because it never refers to the qualification of the mayor as a member for purposes of voting in the case of a tie.
That's my whole part.
But it does qualify, again, I think you have to follow this, the language of interpretation there. It does define that a mayor can vote. So therefore, and only in the case of a tie, he fulfills the role of a member. That language is missing. I think it's heavily implied that it has to be there for that purpose because he has no other voting role whatsoever in your charter except in that one circumstance of that tie. Supermajority or not.
Brad,
The 4 was part for having the quorum, so you could at least have, and you'd still have the mayor there, because you're not a part of council for that quorum. And he never is to be considered for that, but only in the case of a tie. And me personally, I think that language is sufficient. Can it be cleaned up to that effect? I think you can eliminate that, even that minor debate, is to say that he is considered in the role of a member for the purposes of breaking a tie, something along those lines. But otherwise, he's not a member because he has no vote whatsoever. Only if you all give him that power by not being able to reach a majority amongst the 4, 5, or 6 of you that vote.
But to go back to your statement involving quorum, a 2-2 tie and the mayor breaks it, that still doesn't allow ordinance or resolution to pass under this ordinance.
Correct, that's correct.
Because we don't have 4 votes.
No, that is correct. You gotta have 4 votes. You're correct.
And I'm asking
in
that it
questions
be
of
a
procedure,
majority.
and see, in questions of procedure, he can still vote as well. So that's one where you're not passing ordinance or resolution. As an example, this is far-fetched, in dealing with this type of a change, if you wanted to move the date of your meetings, and you only have 4 people here, and that's not an ordinance or resolution, in terms of that is for a matter of procedure, he could vote, in my opinion. Humble as it is, but that's what it would be.
I didn't mean to muddy the water with it, but that's just the way I felt about it.
There are numerous problems here in terms of, and I say problems, there are a lot of ways you can misconstrue to get off into the weeds as to the way this can be interpreted, as this council is aware and we are currently in.
That's what I was going to ask. Are we in pending
We're still
litigation
pending.
involving the
I don't
same?
think that it's still pending. There's
We are.
nothing that is going to happen at this point in time. Nothing is scheduled to happen on this very issue because of, in our opinion, a collateral attempt at trying to interpret the
Do you think this
charter.
could, I don't want to ask that.
Does this provide clarity of our charter issues in regards to if a mayor could vote in regards to a tie?
I think it does, in terms of it improves what you have, or it eliminates any type of debate relative to the current litigation that the town's involved in on it.
Say that again, Brian.
It would remove any type of I think, a misunderstanding at all as to what the role of the vice mayor would be.
In the future?
Yeah,
Or
it
ex
wouldn't
post
have any
facto.
reflection on the pending litigation.
No, it would not.
It would not be
It
ex
would not.
post facto,
No,
so to speak, right?
It would not.
Okay.
It would not.
I just wonder what kind of reflection that is.
We're changing it because we got sued.
I'm just asking, does it look fishy? It's a question that I beg.
I'll leave that for you all to decide.
Am I awful?
No,
I think are you on a track?
I'm on the
Okay.
same track you are, leave it alone.
I think this
I mean,
begs to be
it
considered.
needs to be brought for a motion and whatever.
So, we have a resolution. Is there any other discussion here?
I'll make a motion that we put this on a referendum at the upcoming election in November and let the citizens have a voice to change the charter.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to put referendum or 2022-0102 on a referendum in December. Any discussion? Or is there a second? Is there a second?
And again, I second it because I think the citizens deserve votes from the council.
Okay.
I just want to pass around a version without those typos so that we all
In the resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, John.
There were a couple small typos and things of wording.
Okay. Brad, you seem like you want to say something.
Now, just in terms of Doug's motion, when you talk about a referendum, you need to understand what you're asking. A referendum is strictly advisory.
Right.
So when you
Well,
deal
that's
with
what I was
if
asking.
you deal with advisory, that is something where, just like they had a referendum as an example, the Board of Supervisors relative to the monument.
Mhm.
That did not dictate what they did, but it gave them information, I guess, to say as to how the
How
next
the
proceed.
community, what is the personality of the community?
Or do you want me to change my motion to reflect that?
I'm not saying to do it, I'm just telling you that's what a referendum is, and it does
Brad,
not reflect.
Well, should we clean up this this verbiage first before putting a referendum out there?
Again, it would not be a referendum, just so that's
Oh,
clear.
I'm sorry.
You have an election, you literally have to have an election, you have to have language that goes into a ballot that says this is what the language is going to be. This is what the council suggests after having, again, in this case, after having a public hearing. But that language would have to be put on the ballot. And
Okay,
then you
so-
have a vote on an election, not on a referendum. And that's the distinction between the two. I'm not sure. Doug
Well,
understood
I
that.
didn't understand that, Brad. I'm glad you explained it. So the motion Doug is making isn't basically a good motion.
It would need to be for an election if you're going, instead of a referendum.
Okay, so what is the proper wording can you suggest that? I'm just asking for clarification for all members.
The actual statutory language, and this is under Virginia code, not in your charter. The locality may provide for holding an election to be conducted as pursuant to the Virginia code, 24.2-681, that's basically the election protocol. To determine if the voters of the locality desire that it request the General Assembly to grant the locality a new charter or to amend its existing charter. And there's more language beyond that. And as I mentioned before, then you have, that's the two options. You have the election, or you have basically the public hearing, which is what was done under, and what this council chose to do, I guess, 2 months ago.
Public hearing.
The public hearing in lieu of the election. September, okay. Sorry about that with regard to the date. Locality requesting the General Assembly to grant a new charter to amend its existing charter may hold a public hearing with respect thereto, at which citizens shall have an opportunity to be heard to determine if the citizens of the locality desire that the locality request the General Assembly to grant it a new charter or amend its existing charter. And then you get into notice and everything else.
At that time of the public hearing, we had a consensus from the council at that time, as I remember, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, that we were going to think about a referendum.
I don't recall.
I recall that. But I guess we have, to clean up my motion, we've already had a second. How do I clean it up? We've already got a second for the motion. It's just understanding, I understand that motion, so we got a second. We got a second.
He's not going to withdraw. withdraw his motion. Is that
I
what
mean, if you withdraw your motion, I have to withdraw my second.
you
No,
want
I'm
to
not
withdraw your
gonna- no.
motion? For the wording, he said, I'm trying to understand.
Well, it's
Under the
understood.
referendum first
He
time, not
wanted to
second.
make sure we understood it was advisory, okay? So I understand that.
Well, it's, again, the two ways you can amend through the General Assembly, amend your charter, is either through an election or through a public hearing process.
Which is a
Which
referendum.
the council's done.
Brad,
There is not a referendum, Doug. It is an election. It's not advisory as to how that works.
Brad, I misunderstood. The first motion that was made, and Doug made it, and he seconded, but it failed. Nobody voted for it except Doug. We voted on a referendum.
Correct.
What is different between this one and the second proposed charter change of an election?
It's the same. It's the same process. You have to go through an election process or a public hearing process.
Okay, so is the word improper for the motion?
Referendum is improper, yes.
Well,
Well, I
we
think-
did vote it on the first time. We did vote on a referendum for the first time. Yeah, but I'm just thinking wording, you know.
I did the same wording on the first one as I did this one.
And the first motion failed, and the second. I just want to make sure the council understood, and that Councilman Ratliff understood
I follow.
what he was
I get it.
asking to be done. When I quickly went through and I made a reference, there are two ways to do it. His motion did not meet that, but again, it wasn't a point in going through it for a second and a third time, and that's the reason why I brought it up.
All right, thank you.
I just have one more thing, and we'll go with it. I missed the wording on the first resolution, but in the second one, the second paragraph, it says at the regular meeting of the council held in the month of January. I don't want to open any doors for any possible litigation. This is technically not our regular meeting. This is a special date, even though it's a regular meeting. Is there any issues with that? Because the regular date would have been last Tuesday.
I don't believe so.
I just want to make sure that.
When you have, for the purposes of having a meeting, and you have to have a regular, the reason why this was just the meeting's not special tonight, it's just
Right.
moved.
It's just a different
It was
date.
just a different day,
Mhm.
because it had to be moved, not it's a special meeting for, like you had back in November, when you actually had a special meeting, on I think a Thursday and then a Monday. That's a little different. Here, no, I don't see, I don't think there's a difference.
So I guess we have a motion on the floor, right?
You want to restate your motion, make sure we have exactly what we're voting on?
Okay. I want to make the motion that we put it in an election.
Wait a minute,
No.
you need to withdraw your first motion.
I was getting ready to say, you need,
Just
you got a
withdraw
motion
your
and a second on the floor.
Do you want to withdraw your?
No, I
first
was
motion?
just clarifying
Yeah,
the,
you got to withdraw it, because you
Okay.
can't second it as a different motion.
well, the same motion I made before, I'll keep it. I want to,
I'm not sure I'm following, Doug. You've made a motion. It has been seconded.
Mhm.
I've tried to explain the language difference between the referendum and election and how what you're making a motion on is procedurally ineffective. It's wrong. So I think what the mayor was trying to direct you to do was to withdraw that motion. That way you can then put an effective motion that deals with an election as opposed to a referendum before the council.
okay.
Is that accurate? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. That's what I think I'm hearing.
Okay, so I need to withdraw my motion,
I'll
right?
withdraw my second.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
that is done. Now,
make my motion. I make a motion that we have an election in November that give the citizens a vote and a say in if we change that part of the charter. Is that,
I seek legal counsel.
Given the fact that you've already had one motion to passage relative to the one charter change, I think, Doug, you need to clarify which charter change you're referring to.
It's this one right here, Doug.
3.5?
Regarding 3.5, Mayor.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion regarding 3.5 that be put in an election in November and give the citizens and the public a voice in whether we change the charter.
I'm looking to you for approval to make sure this is a legal motion?
Yes.
Okay. The motion is on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
The motion is second for Richard. Any other discussion?
I'd have a question. Is this a clarification or an actual change? If we don't make these changes, is our legal counsel still going to make their same recommendation that this just clarifies? So is there a need to put it out to the public as it's a change when really it's a clarification?
Change. It's a change. Is my opinion,
Are
John.
you asking me specifically?
Yes, what do you think?
I think if you're going through and modifying the language in any way, shape, or form, even if it is considered a clarification, it's a change.
It's
a change in the language. As far as Richmond goes, it has specific language before it when it looks to the charter of Richlands. And it pulls it up, and then something has been modified. It's not for clarification. They see it as a change.
It's not only
Are you following that, John? I mean, that was just my immediate reaction. I might have been wrong. Okay.
it's not only a change in language, but procedural.
So there's a motion on the floor. Connie, roll call.
I'd like to
Mike has
have an opportunity.
Something.
Yes, so I feel the same way about this one as I did the ones before. I think this provides the clarity that we need. Even our legal counsel has let us know that it provides the clarity that we need in order to continue to conduct business. It's a wonderful opportunity for our citizens. We're elected to do this, to make these changes, and I stick by that. I think it's an opportunity to do better for our citizens. That is my opinion.
Can I say something?
One comment.
Okay. I disagree with Mr. Street. It's not a clarification, it's a procedural change. When you give more power to the vice mayor and give her a vote in decisions that she's running the meeting in, that is a big procedural change.
Thank you. Okay, unless anybody else has any discussion, I will call for a vote. Mary Ann, would you like to say something?
I don't think that's a procedural change. I would defer to the attorney. Maybe it just clarifies, makes it more clear what's already in the charters.
She's deferring to you.
The way I read the proposed modification, the way I read it before was modified, the mayor has a vote, as a mayor, as a member, just because she's, the vice mayor, or he, whoever it might be. If they assume the duties of vice mayor in the absence, not the vacancy, but in the absence of the mayor, as this addresses, vice mayor still has a vote regardless.
And that is no different than the way we do things currently.
That's my understanding of yes, and my interpretation of it, yes.
For many years, it was understood that the vice mayor did not have a vote. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying we all had an opinion.
I know, I just had to get that.
Any other people who want to speak on this? Okay. I will ask for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No.
No.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
No.
Mary Ann.
No.
The motion fails. It was a 4-2 vote. Okay. The next,
Mayor, I'd like to make another motion.
okay.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution R 2022-01-02.
We need to do that, don't we? All right, so there is a motion to adopt resolution R 2022-01-02. Is there any discussion? Oh, pardon me, we need a second. Is there a second to this, to Mike's motion?
I'll second it.
Darrell seconds. Any discussion? There being no discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Doug,
No.
Jeff,
I'm thinking. My head's spinning right here, man. I'm trying to make sure we're voting on the right thing here.
I understand.
So this is we're voting on what this one is right here, right? It's kind
As
of
it is.
okay, as it is. I'm going to vote no. I don't think it clarifies it enough for me. Sorry.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
I disagree with Councilman Street's interpretation of clarification. I think it's still quite muddy, and I'm going to vote no.
Yes.
yes, yes.
It's a tie vote. I vote no. Motion fails. Next,
Okay, number three, I guess we're on number three.
we're on number 3.
Okay, I'm making,
Do we have the resolutions, John? You know, everybody wins or loses sometimes, but I think it's so important to consider everything. And I won't go any further. I'll reach out and hold your hand. We've all had problems in our lives. We were all brothers.
Can we recess?
You agree
for
with that?
Can we recess for about a minute or something?
Recess for 10 minutes.
That's why they have more than one member.
You've got to knock his drug addict.
pardon?
I'm just saying funny things.
this far and you said all that stuff, I'm like, you can't do that. We got that discussion that night.
I'll do my best to say no.
You just need to vote if you don't agree. And if you've
I'd almost take you guys out for
Help us get through.
If down with something you do. Yeah, make sure it's on this level, yeah. When you look over, make sure. Exactly.
We had some today.
Council will come to order. Okay, we have before us the third resolution, which is in the charter, and I want to thank John for providing us with the charter and the proposed changes that are written here in red. And this is Resolution R 2022-01-03. And Jeff, would you mind to read this for us, please?
Honored
Are
to
you
read
clear
it.
now?
Yes, thank you.
You're heady?
I hope so, yes.
Okay,
This is
good.
the third amendment change, right?
Yes,
We're
sir.
talking about.
Yes, sir.
Resolution R 2022-01-03. Whereas the town of Richlands desires to amend the current town charter, and whereas the council has now ordinances and resolutions are passed, council has how ordinances and resolutions are passed on numerous occasions, and whereas a public hearing was held on September 14th, 2021 to allow public comment on proposed charter changes, and whereas the current charter limits council's ability to act quickly when needed, and whereas Article 3.8 ordinances of the Richlands Town Charter shall read, A, except in dealing with questions of parliamentary procedure, the council shall act only by ordinance or resolution, and all ordinances except ordinances making appropriations or authorizing the contracting of indebtedness or issuance of bonds or other evidence of debt shall be confined to one subject. Ordinances making appropriations or other obligations and appropriating the money to be raised thereby shall be confined to those subjects respectively. B, the enacting clause of all ordinances passed by the council shall be, quote, be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands. No ordinance shall be passed until it has been read at any two meetings, regular, special, or emergency, unless the requirement of a second reading has been dispensed with by the affirmative vote of 4 of the members of council. No ordinance or section thereof shall be revised or amended by its title or section number only, but the new ordinance shall contain the entire ordinance or section as revised or amended. The ayes and nays shall be taken upon the passage of all ordinances or resolutions and entered upon the journal of the proceedings of the council. And every ordinance or resolution shall require, on final passage, the affirmative vote of at least 4 of the members. All ordinances and resolutions passed by the council shall be in effect at the time set by council at the time of their passage. No measure increasing a tax or license or providing for any new form of tax shall be adopted until notice has been published in accordance with the Virginia General Statutes in a paper of general circulation in the town. Every ordinance or resolution upon its final passage shall be recorded in a book kept for that purpose and shall be authenticated by the signature of the presiding officer and the town clerk. E, every member, when present, when a question is put, shall vote unless excused by the council. But no member who has any personal or financial interest in the result of any ordinance or resolution before the council shall vote thereon. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town council hereby supports the application for a charter change to be submitted to the Virginia General Assembly.
Jeff, thank you very much. I think it's imperative that we read the charter, the part of the charter that is proposed to be amended. So, Richard, on page 14, it starts right here. Do you mind to read the original, so then we know what we're taking out? It's right here, Richard.
It starts on 13.
Starts on
13, I'm sorry. 13, my bad. B, right here, the enacting clause. I'm sorry.
3.8 ordinances B, the enacting clause of all ordinances passed by the council shall be, quote, be it ordained by the council of the town of Richlands. No ordinance shall be passed until it has been read at any two meetings, regular, special, or emergency. The verbiage, unless it be an emergency measure and regular and not less than 7 days apart, was struck. Unless the requirement of a second such was struck, reading has been dispensed with by the affirmative vote of 4 of the members of council. Let me read the full thing or just what was
I'd
struck?
appreciate it because this is important. Thank you.
No ordinance or section thereof shall be revised or amended by its title or section number only, but the new ordinance shall contain the entire ordinance or section as revised or amended. The ayes and nays should be taken upon the passage of all ordinances or resolutions and entered upon the journal of the proceedings of the council, and every ordinance or resolution shall require on final passage the affirmative vote of at least 4 of the members. C, all ordinances and resolutions passed by the council shall be in effect. The verbiage was struck from and after 30 days from the date of their passage, added at the time set by council at the time of their passage, struck, except that the council may, by the affirmative vote of 2/3 of its members present, pass emergency measures to take effect at the time indicated therein. Ordinances appropriating money for any emergency may be passed as emergency measures, but no measure providing for the sale or lease of town property or making a grant, renewal, or extension of a franchise or other special privilege or regulating the rate to be charged for its services by any public utility shall be so passed. All that was struck. No measure increasing the tax or license or providing for any new form of tax shall be adopted until notice has been published in accordance with the Virginia General Statutes, struck 30 days previous to its passage in a paper or general circulation in the town.
Thank you, Richard. Before we move on to discussion of this and potential passing of the resolution, I just want to absorb some of the language that's been struck, okay? Okay. We have before us a resolution that Jeff read, and we have the charter as it originally stood and with the modifications read by Richard. So the floor is open for discussion.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution R 2022-01-03.
Okay. There's a motion made by Mike to pass resolution R 2022-01-03.
I thought we was gonna have discussion before.
We'll have discussion.
In the middle, okay.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second his motion.
And Jeff seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay, there's two major reasons I don't think we should pass this. Number one, that was put in to slow things down, to make sure an ordinance is pretty important. And it was to slow things down to make sure that we were making the right decision as council. But the most important thing is number two, is that if we do pass something and we don't give citizens 30 days, some of them don't have extra income. And they need 30 days to adjust if we raise a service or taxes or anything else. They need to plan on this and set that money apart and get ready for that service to pay the extra money. A lot of our citizens aren't as fortunate as a lot of other citizens, and they have to plan every penny from $10 on up, especially on set income. So we need that 30 days maybe to adjust to the new amounts that they're going to have to pay.
Okay, thank you. Is there other discussion on the changes, proposed changes by resolution R 2022-01-03?
I have a question for the town manager. If we make a change, doesn't it take more than 30 days to have that reflected in billing? Or
Yeah,
does it
billing,
depend?
it would, but it would be set based on the new budget years, traditionally when we do it. So anything billed after January 1.
But it says immediate to take place.
But
Immediately.
essentially, the language in this was to try to simplify and get rid of the wording emergency ordinance. This just allows council to do the same thing, but doesn't call it an emergency. Previously, council could have an ordinance, you do the advertising, you have to do a public hearing, then you have it on that agenda, do your first reading, you can dispense with the second reading, and then pass it as an emergency ordinance. Essentially, this just gets rid of that language. It kind of simplifies it to allow council to implement ordinances or anything as they choose fit without having to pass it as an emergency. Often there's other items, not budget related, but for example, if a new business comes into town, things of that nature, that somebody may say that's not an emergency, but this allows you pass it without having to state it's an emergency and go through that discussion on what isn't an emergency.
If you just want to do away with emergency, why are you taking the amount of time it takes and not giving the citizens time to adjust to the cost of that service? Like
There is
a
no
lot of the
difference in the time.
services don't start in January. You're giving you the power to raise a service and not even take the 30 days. You're doing it immediately.
There's no difference than passing it as an emergency ordinance or what is in here that's giving council that authority.
The 30 days different. I mean, at least the
Because
citizens.
council can pass something as an emergency ordinance effective immediately and doesn't have that 30 days requirement on it. That's the difference. That's the reason you would pass it as an emergency ordinance, to not have to implement it 30 days from that vote.
I thought you were clarifying emergency. That's why you wanted to change this. It looks like to me you're changing the amount of time that a citizen has to get ready to pay that extra service. I mean, if you just want to do away with emergency, I mean, fine, but when you take the time that our citizens need to save their money to try to pay for garbage or a rate increase in any of taxes or anything like that, you're taking away the time that they need to adjust.
Must be.
You have to.
I have two
comments.
times. Time one. You ready? Here we go. If you look on the bottom of page 13, this gives me heartburn, and I'll just be honest with you. It says, the enacting clause of all ordinances, we know that being enacted with the council, that's standard. No ordinance, and this is what we struck, unless it be an emergency measure, I can live with that, shall be passed until it has been read at any 2 meetings. Took out the word regular. We added regular meetings, special meetings, or emergency meetings. I fear that could place the council in a very awkward and precarious position. We could pass an ordinance, and we could say we're having a special call meeting within the shortest time. We could declare an emergency meeting at a very quick time and act very fast. And I'm afraid that it could have the appearance of covert, and certainly we would not want that, and could have the appearance of impropriety. And I'm scared to death of that.
I guess my response to that be, at the first meeting, you could dispense with the second reading and never even need that other meeting. But that would be if council says, hey, we're going to do the first reading, but we need to have something in place in 3 weeks. We want to come back in 2 weeks and do another reading and allow time to discuss it or think about it further. You wouldn't even have to have that second meeting if he passes an emergency ordinance and you dispense to the second reading.
I follow what you're saying, John, and I know I hear all, and I respect it, all the urgency to help people move into town, businesses, etc. But in a blanket, this is a pretty blanket term in ordinances. I'm very concerned about that. I would welcome anyone else's input. That really concerns me. I'm afraid it has the appearance of impropriety, of pushing something through by these members who are all honorable people who would not do that. But sometimes it's not just what we think we're doing, it's what people think we're doing. And I think we need to be extremely cautious. Thank you.
This ordinance also still contains the same verbiage. As we discussed in the prior one, where it talks about 4 members of the council. I don't want to open the door for any other litigation. Are we sure if we end up being a tie vote and the mayor ends up being the tiebreaker, he becomes a member of the council, or?
Can't answer that question.
And that was some of what we were trying to address with the previous one that didn't get passed.
I think it's implied, Richard.
It is implied, but.
Yeah.
But that was one of the issues that was brought up when Wayne was our attorney.
I mean, I don't think we've had a problem with that yet. Anybody challenging implied, I mean, I guess I'm just worried at changing anything in the charter that's worked so well, especially time limits. Like if someone's on an income of $1,800 a month and we raise garbage or we raise electric rates and they don't have a time to adjust, I mean, that's a no-no for me.
Any other, Brad, would you like to comment?
Just the only thing I would make sure you're aware of, and the way the language is drafted, it doesn't change the notice requirements you have, Doug, with regard to any type of tax or license fees. That does not change the tenor of the way that it can be adopted, but it does keep in place, because most, any type of tax, you've got to publish at least twice before you actually have,
But
done a public hearing. You've got to go through at least 2 advertisements where I think your charter may only have you providing 1 now. But anything with regard to any new tax, you've got to advertise twice. That's keeping that language in there.
That's state law.
It does. It follows
I know.
city code. What it does not address, though, is that this does allow that even after you give that notice, you could then change the effective time that it takes effect.
I know, but
So
I don't.
I'm just bringing that to
Oh,
your
okay.
attention, that's all.
That, as the mayor said a few minutes ago, it gives me big heartburn. It takes effect immediately. It doesn't give them 30 days.
Right, and I addressed that. I mentioned that doesn't, that changes this.
I've never seen, the government, we could go back and say, well, we didn't mean it, we'll take it back. But I've never seen a government yet will give any money back or not take the chance to take more from citizens. If that's what you said that we can pass that, but we don't have to go by it.
No, that isn't what I'm saying at all. All I'm referring to is that the language is left in that requires the notice provisions. That are statutory. Those aren't governed by your charter. Those are governed by state code. So it leaves those, because you can't change those.
But it still takes that 30 days.
It changes, the language does change. The only point I was making was with regard to the notice requirements. I wasn't addressing what you, and you think you're correct in your assessment of that. It changes the amount of time. Council could say we're having to take effect immediately, 15 days, 30 days, 2 months. But that gives the council the latitude and discretion to do that. It does, this change does.
Like I said a few minutes ago, you don't give council power what they're not going to take. And they're not going to give up 15 days of taxes or 15 days of services when they can latch onto that money.
But at that point, it'd be passed as emergency ordinance to go into effect, the first of the year.
But a lot of services, you could do that, but it's not going to happen because the council's going to take every penny they can in taxes. And you don't give the latitude of a government to make decisions that is going to hurt the citizens. And I'm just saying, we gave notice about raising taxes. We gave notice about electric rates. Nobody even knew. 80% of the citizens didn't even know their electric rates were going to be raised or their taxes until they got the bill, and then all heck broke loose. I don't care how many notices you put out there, people don't pay attention until they get the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Richard. Anybody else have comments on this?
Yeah, I think this simplifies things for us. I think it puts us in a better position for now. I think it puts us in a better position for the future. This is not a bad change. Everyone's talking, it's not a bad change. This helps us be able to do what we're supposed to do. And I'm in favor.
Do I have one more statement?
One more.
Okay. A good government always plans things ahead. A budget, what taxes they're going to raise, to give citizens a chance to react. And I can't see a government that really does their due diligence of not planning ahead and have to all of a sudden take the 30 days away and lay that on the citizens all at once.
Okay. Any other comments?
I just think we even heard tonight from Mr. Rady said it about, and the situation we had tonight was such that, here we had 2 people who were trying to get a business up and going.
I was thinking about that, Jeff.
And it was very tough, and there were a lot of comments tonight about if we could do this, maybe it saves us from them moving to another locality. If a town of somebody else here locally, a town of Tazewell, town of Homemaker, town of somebody says, yeah, we'll take you, we can do this, and I think it limits us as to being able to help. Yeah, expedite the process. Now, like I said, I don't think I don't think we're going to, I wouldn't think that we would abuse it as a council, but, you know,
Future.
sure.
We always won't be here.
That's right.
That's why I said people here will be honored. We don't know. I just want to give you another scenario, and I understand what everybody was talking about, helping business get here.
For sure.
And I'm absolutely pro-business. The greatest part of my life.
And basically, that's what we heard at the planning commission was, you know, well, guys, you know, if y'all going to take this, we're just going to, you know, we got other people we're going to go to.
I get that.
And it's just like, gosh, you know, why can I help them out?
This, as I've said, this part, regular, special, or emergency really bothers me. And my reasoning is this. Council could have a meeting tonight, pass an ordinance, and we're in a hurry to get it done so that someone could come. It could be the methadone clinic. We think it's a good business. We don't know. And all of a sudden, we meet on Monday at a special call meeting or whatever it is. Boom. Or it's something else. And we have that problem, not methadone, but in our community right now. And I'm just saying we need to be really cautious in that wording right there. It really scares me. It opens up for council the ability to call a meeting very quickly and I think act in haste, and it may not be the wisest. And I caution council. Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Well, is there a motion to adopt resolution R 2022-0103?
I already made that motion.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that. And did someone second it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing,
As
yeah.
for it, I apologize. I was just getting down into the details. I'm sorry. I appreciate all the help I get because I surely need it. Absolutely. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I think this gives, you know, if I've got an empty building, I wanna get somebody in there as quick as possible. And I know in doing these deals, if you wait, they're so bad to go away. So I think this helps people with buildings, empty buildings in Richlands. If they've got a client that wants in them, it helps put somebody in your building quickly.
Could I answer that?
I think we're good.
I mean, it's very pertinent.
No, I gave fractionals last time 2.5. I don't do fractions very well. Thank you, Doug.
I will say that, you know, I talked to Mr. Earls about his business, and he said, you know, I can't wait. I will have to go somewhere else. So I'm glad we were able to help him tonight.
Okay. I will say there was debate. I wasn't at the planning commission on whether it was a permitted use. Have people had different interpretations, but I'm here to say that you did the wrong thing, John. Enough said. Okay. You want to talk?
No, it was 3 comments.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. You guys keep me on
Okay,
my
do I
toes.
get my 3?
No, I'm exerting my executive powers. Okay, thank you. There's so much. Thank you. I lost
Thank you,
track
Richard,
because-
anyway.
I appreciate it because I lose track sometimes of my own thoughts, and I need to help observe protocol as well. Thank you for your help. Okay, there's a motion on the floor and there's a second. There being no further discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote. Connie?
No.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Marion.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1. Thank you. All right, so.
I assume there's no interest in the town manager residency?
No.
Okay.
Live where you
Just
are.
wanted to make sure.
Okay, so we're not going to consider that one. Okay. Okay. So have we covered charter changes now? Got to keep me on track. Okay, so we are on Roman numeral 9, J, ARPA discussion.
All right, I really don't have much change from our last meeting. I just have another copy of what I gave you all. I did highlight that the 5 items that council approved, they're pending attorney approval, and then as soon as we get that, we'll have further discussion at a later meeting.
Okay. So, and we're also waiting for Brad to help us with what's what.
Yeah, I tried to print it big, but I did the wrong size.
You missed that one.
Yeah, hit 8.5 by 17 and not whatever the other size is.
Okay, K, Roman numeral 9K, SRO grant. John?
You all should have a copy of the SRO grant in your agenda packet. The question was raised, could those funds be used for after-school activities? If you'll turn to page 5, we highlighted the second bullet point says, for SROs, grant funds cannot be used to pay for general security during school-sponsored events or overtime. That's the language we used when the question was raised. It's our interpretation that at this time, those funds cannot be used for school activities such as sporting events.
Could I speak on that?
Just a second. I gotta find my information, okay?
Are you a secretary?
I do. I was used to one for many years, and thank God I have one. All right, I'm good. Page what, John?
5.
Okay, thank you.
The highlighted part.
The highlighted
Got it.
part, yeah.
Okay. Doug, your question.
Okay. I called DCVS and talked to them. This was the explanation. The rule was put in place to prevent full-time SROs from not being paid overtime by working 40 hours a week at school and then working an additional 6 at a sporting event. The question is, were the sporting events hours turned in as a grant? Being a sporting event isn't in the required duties of an SRO unless a locality establishes it as a duty. If it's established as a duty of an SRO, it is to be part of the duties. It is established as a duty to the MOU made and signed by the school board, Tim Taylor, Jerry Gilbert, attached from the first printout. For further clarification, John should contact the grant monitor and explain the scenario and explain the MOU duties and ask if it should be covered by the grant. I have a copy of the grant here.
I want a copy of the other thing you read.
Pardon?
I'd like a copy of the other thing you read.
Sure. I've got some written stuff, so I'll kind of give it to you at the end of the meeting.
Sure.
You signed a contract with the SRO, and in that contract, you agreed, and I can give the town attorney a copy of it. It says attends as part of the special duties signed by you and the rest and responsibilities. It says, it's got A through K, so you'll know, you can look it up. On H, you agreed in the MOU to establish, as they said, what I just talked to them about. It says attends and participates in after-school functions, including staff meetings, athletic contests, and other performing activities. And it's black and white. You signed it and you agreed to that contract as the state of Virginia requires. And my only, it's no reflection on any SRO person. We've got great people. I just want the procedure clarified. And I'm saying that you're wrong, that you did agree to do that. And it would save the town money instead of letting the school board reimburse people to do that security if you went with a grant that you pledged to do. And I have one other question. If the school board, and I think the attorney should look this up. If the school board is reimbursing people for that activity, if they're paying for that, whose insurance are they on? Are they on the town's, if they're contract labor? Or are they on the school board's insurance if, heaven forbid, something happens? But I'm making a suggestion. You need to call these people and get your procedure correct. And this whole thing went by last year, and it was said the same thing, that it was not required. But you sign a contract, and a contract's a contract, and it was no exclusions that you would do those duties.
I mean, I can look at what you have, but last time you brought it up, we had already applied for the grant, so, you know, all I can do is review what you have.
Well, I mean, you applied, and this is what you applied for. Read it. And that's part of the original contract. It's in yellow. You agreed to do those duties, and they.
Do you have the entire MOU?
I can get you a copy of it. Yeah.
I think in order for me to be able to look at it, I would need to see the entire MOU.
Sure.
And to see what has been signed and what's not.
Yeah.
Who's a party to it? I'll give this to John, but for me to look at it, I need to see the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is, if you didn't intend to do those duties and requirements, why did you put it in the grant and sign your name to it?
I would have to review it. I don't have a comment for you.
Okay. I'll get you, do you want to get him a copy of the contract, or should I?
Get us both a copy.
Pardon? Okay. Gotcha.
So why don't you work with John on this, and y'all work together and figure it out? What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong. I'm just trying to get the procedure correct.
Yeah, you guys work together.
Pardon?
Yeah, y'all work together and figure it out.
Well, I mean, I've got it figured out. I know what the contract said. There's nothing to figure out. It's black and white. We agreed to perform those duties. And I'll tell you another thing that's going to get the town in trouble. Those grants only go for 4 years. And then the town has to take them over. And this is no reflection on any employees at all, because they're above reproach, I'm sure. We agreed when we annexed the school system that we would keep a full-time SRO at the high school. Okay, we broke that agreement because I guess we put a part-time person up there, and the sheriff was providing an SRO at the middle school. We moved the person that was at the high school to a full-time position and took it away from the sheriff's department, which didn't cost the town anything. Okay, the town should do some forward thinking in that. Quick as that 4 years is up, we're going to have to pay $50,000 for an SRO at the middle school, at the high school, that the sheriff was already providing, or middle school. So instead of doing that and letting the sheriff and the county pay the bill, you set yourself up to cost the taxpayers another $40,000 or $50,000 when that grant runs out, because the town's going to have to provide an SRO at its own expense when the county was taking care of it.
Doug, thank you very much. John, anything you want to say, or you want to comment later? Maybe.
Done.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
I did that.
Richard has a comment.
You are correct in a couple of things you said. However, you aren't correct in the fact that the sheriff's department would do it free of charge. I have a copy of the court order dated the first day of September 2009 that says in the boundary adjustment the town of Richlands will provide at no charge to the county security services for property belonging to the Tazewell County School Board at the Richlands campus. On further in this, parties agreed that at any point in this contract that we aren't allowed or able to provide that school resource officer, the county would be provided the county would provide the officer at the expense of the town. So irregardless whether it's county or town, the circuit court order that was dated in 2009 says the county can't do it for free. We have to pay it irregardless.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm
That's what
talking.
you just said, the high school.
No, you misunderstood. The county had a lady that was doing the SRO, and the county was paying for it. Okay, when the town took it over and pushed the sheriff out, then they got the grant for it, but they didn't think ahead, because when that 4 years is up, we're going to have to provide 3 SRR. We are only providing 2. Now we've got to have 3, 1 in each school. It's going to cost the taxpayers more money because we pushed, I'm not talking about the high school, I'm talking about the middle school. We pushed her out. And we took it over for that grant for 4 years, not thinking ahead when that 4 years was up, that we were going to have to provide one at our own expense. I'm not talking about the high school. Does that make sense?
Somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other discussion? I have a question. John, do you need us to act on this to allow the, says guidelines and application procedures?
No.
We're good?
No, that was last year's application.
Yeah, I saw that.
For the current grant for this year, there will be a new round of funding that we will be applying for.
That was just a clarification for what I asked last month, that we were paying extra for, and I'm not reflecting on any personnel, honestly. I just want procedure. Why we were having to, as we're in the hole, I'm trying to save every dollar I can, why are we going out of our way to pay extra people at ball games when it's covered in the grant?
Okay. Question received. Thank you. Next, downtown revitalization grant. John?
I wanted to give a quick update on this. We applied for the planning portion of that. We finally got a word back that has been funded. So I think we have several different architectural engineering firms that are interested in doing that. Ashley and I and Cumberland Plateau are going to get together and go through those. Debbie Milton, have a score so we can go through score them all and then select one of those groups. And then we will begin with them. At this point, we did have a public input committee. There's really no need to continue that until we get to a point where there is a need for public input. But at this time, we're going to continue working with that selected architect, and then when we do get to a point that we do need additional input, we will start reaching out to individuals. But I don't know if or when that will happen. So I wanted to give an update on that we did get the first chunk of money. So as we work on that application, we hope to get a larger application for a grant to do more for our downtown businesses.
I would reflect on what I said earlier, that I would be very concerned to make sure that everything's above board and people on different committees don't have a part of that money in a decision-making process.
There will be no issue. It'll be staff level decisions.
Well, I mean, if you're on the IDA and you're working on that, and it goes to your property.
Staff members of staff that aren't on IDA or any of these other committees that are involved.
Let me ask that. I've got your point, John. I mean, Doug, and we got it earlier. No offense.
Okay, sure.
But maybe move on. All right, so is that it for downtown revitalization? All right, let's go to council meeting. Calendar, you have a calendar before you propose. Richlands Town Council meeting schedule. Somebody have it out? All right, propose. Option 1, second Tuesday. And of course, today we moved it forward, and these are the meeting dates. And a regular meeting if on May 24th if needed for budgeting process. And a regular meeting June 28th if needed for budgeting process. We need to have that completed by June 30th.
We do. I just wanted to add a couple extra regular meetings in there because who knows what kind of hiccups you may come up throughout the budget process. I'd rather have them already scheduled so that there's no question on if we have to come back and do a second reading or something versus do a special emergency. Go ahead and set those up.
Addressing my concerns.
Even though
I appreciate that.
it would be a shorter turnaround, I'd just rather put them in there and hope we don't need them.
Okay, so those are the dates. Option 2, first Tuesday, January 8th goes on, and you can see all this. I have a question. We've typically, our tradition, we've met on the second Tuesday. Is there a reason for, what is the reason for considering moving to the first Tuesday?
When I spoke to our legal counsel, the second Tuesday tends to be a difficult day for them to be here.
Are they in Tazewell?
Yes.
Could you ask them to switch? I'm asking.
I don't know what they'll say.
Do you follow where I'm going with it, Brad?
We would-
We want you here, but I'm just asking.
We would have to change the charter because it's in the charter that,
It's not correct.
It's not
correct.
it's not in the charter?
No, sir, it's not.
I thought it was second Tuesday in the charter.
It's not in the chart.
It's,
Think about that unequivocally. It's not in the chart. You have a code section that deals, you have an ordinance
It's a
that deals
code.
with it.
It's a-
You have an
I just
ordinance,
wanted
not
to
the
know.
chart.
no offense, I just thought that was what was going on, because you're Tazewell's attorney, now you're our attorney. You've been there a lot longer. That's it. I'm done.
But-
Counsel, what is your thinking?
But I'd like some direction on one or the other, and then whatever that is, that'll be our first meeting for February, and then we'll have an official ordinance that'll set these dates for the rest of the year.
If
But-
you need one.
But I wanted some direction in one way or the other. Well, I think we're supposed to set them every year, or do we not?
Do anybody else have any thoughts on this? I mean, you're thinking, counsel.
I mean, you're giving me a full year.
Mary Ann?
I think it's extremely important that we have legal representation here.
I
And
do
I
too.
think their firm, unfortunately, right now, have some things that have changed.
Well, Bobby, right, and others, so I understand that.
So I would be in favor of changing to the first Tuesday.
Okay. Any others?
I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. You're giving me a full year to plan around it. I can,
Could we change it to the third Tuesday? And being that the first week of the month is really busy for businesses, and it kind of slows down the third Tuesday. I mean, that's just a suggestion. That would help me.
You work here, right?
Oh, I can say that effect. Our office will be fine. He will be here. There's gonna be somebody here from our office. to
It's
cover the
fine
meeting.
with me,
So
Brad.
that won't be a
The reason I asked it, it just was, I realized you were working for Tazewell also, and they meet on the second Tuesday. The Board of Supervisors, which none of us works for, meets on the first Tuesday, other people do. You can't find a perfect day. It doesn't matter, whatever council wants. We need to vote on it, don't you think?
I will say that I had looked ahead on the calendar and I'd planned a couple of trips and stayed away from the second second Tuesday of the month. And, like going to the beach the week of the 4th of July, it's already, I can see 2 or maybe 3 meetings that if we switch to the first Tuesday that I wouldn't be present.
I agree with that. I mean, and with Doug, I think later in the month, I think will be better than the first because people have a lot of stuff going on the first of the month.
can you look at the
My
third?
opinion. I'm fine either way.
Third Tuesday,
Everybody's looking at me. You know what you need to do. We're good.
I'll share it with you.
We're good. I can trust you.
Why don't you pull up the third?
You all said it on Monday.
we can do that. I'll just have them printed out for next month.
And the reason I'm never at the lack of opinion, sometimes I don't have an opinion, but I do. When you took the job, you do from the second Tuesday.
Yes.
Thank you, my point made. And I totally get what you're saying about the importance of having you here, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm done. Council.
Well, I think, Mayor, that when, like, they understood the date, of course, we both did, but at the time, their other experienced attorney could have been here.
Yes, Bobby.
And unfortunately, for some time, he won't be, so I think that's, not that the younger ones will not do a fine job, but my personal opinion is I prefer experience.
Yes, oh, I do too.
And I wouldn't have a problem with the third Tuesday either.
Can you split it up? One time
And in all
council,
candor,
one time?
to the council, because, and I was gonna get to this under just my attorney comments with Mr. Altizer's situation. I will not be here at every meeting. I may not be at Tazewell every meeting. Either
It's
Michael Thomas, probably be either myself or Michael Thomas will be switching roles between those until Mr. Altizer is back full speed. So,
And we wish
and that's just the way it will have to be. It's not that
our duties to the town of Richlands are gonna be shirked in any way, or the town of Tazewell. The town of Tazewell expressed their concern as well, because we prosecute for the town of Tazewell, and that's Mr. Althous's usual position, so we're affected on both sides.
Thank you, Brad.
But we will cover, and we will make sure everything we're asked to do will get done.
And I think when council made the decision to employ the firm, there was never a doubt that the firm would not cover us. Thank you for confirming that. Okay, what is the pleasure of council?
I say look at the third. Look at the option. I think he's got commitments. He likes the third. He likes the third. I don't really care. Mary Ann says she doesn't care. Look at the third.
What about you, Richard?
Like I said, I had already.
I'm fine.
Stayed away from the second Tuesday, but will that throw you off if we go to the third?
I'm fine with the second. I'm fine leaving it sort of as it is.
And I think he has referred to, it is a code thing. No offense, please. I'm sorry, tradition. People know in this town it's the second Tuesday, if that matters.
I mean, myself, I'd leave it the second Tuesday.
I don't have an opinion.
I think we'll have.
For one of the others. So we have.
If we're not changing anything, we don't need a motion. I mean, if we're not changing anything, we don't need a motion.
So we not need to make a motion. All right, can we just leave it as it is?
If I can address it, whatever you do, you've got an existing code section that deals with an ordinance.
Yes.
The town, so you will have to say, if you're going to move it, you will have to basically have an ordinance. You have to change it by ordinance, so whatever motion you make, it would be to direct us as council to prepare an ordinance that shows the change.
Well, I think Jeff nailed it. We don't have to.
That's what you would
There's
have.
no action necessary.
I'm just saying, if you did, if someone makes the motion, that's what would have to happen.
I'm sure you're gonna send the best either or. You have a great staff, you're gonna send a great attorney for
All
us.
of us are capable and competent of sitting in this chair, besides myself.
I agree. Thank you. Okay. Any other thoughts here? For the time being, we'll leave it for this calendar year. We'll leave it for the second Tuesday. Okay. All right, moving on.
With the,
Town manager
with the two added,
With, yes,
And-
as accepted.
with May and June.
Option one, second Tuesday. Okay, we'll add that to the calendar. Thank you. Thank you, Brad. And your firm. Okay. Town manager report, conflict of interest forms. We have here, Connie gave us all conflict of interest forms.
Okay.
I know some members are sitting here trying to fill them out. I'll get this done. Connie, when are these due? And we can do them online. They're the online course we're supposed to take also, to watch all the videos?
Thanks online, but you'll have to sign it, you know, hard copy.
Okay, well, we're supposed to watch a video, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the website on here, Connie?
That's the FOIA.
I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, we'll find out. I just don't know. These are due when? Okay, when are these due?
February the first.
Guys, these members of council, these are due February 1st, right? They're due February 1st. Does that go for all, like planning commission and IDA, who also fill out the forms of economic interest? Okay, any other discussion here? Thank you, John. Okay, event list.
If you'll pass these around. This is something I'd like to discuss at our budget retreat, but this is just a quick list of some of the events that we host or put on for the town. I wanted you all to kind of take a look at it. If there's anything missing, write it down, shoot me a text or an email. We're trying to compile a comprehensive list, so as when we talk about budgeting, we can kind of have an idea of how much we spend on these events, so then we can have a better idea of how to plan and budget for those moving forward, especially as we continue to add more and more events in our community. So if anything's missing or something needs to be added, just shoot me a quick text or email, and we'll continue to compile that list for discussion. The next item, the RFQ for engineering and retainer agreement. This is our Thompson and Litton agreement. It's come up, I believe it's good for 2 or 3 years, so we're gonna be sending that back out for RFP for proposals, and, we'll go through that timeline, and, I don't know if I'll select who that is, if that comes out to council, but, I just wanna give you a heads up, so if you see something out there, that's come up and that's something we have to rebid out. So we'll be getting that process shortly.
Thank you, John.
Then I had received one bid for the fire truck. If you all wanted to open it and then decide if we wanted to sell it for that amount, if you'll pass that up. This was the fire truck, and we discussed it a couple meetings ago. We received some bids, and we received some bids. They withdrew it after we realized that one of the pumpers on the fire truck was broken. We put it out for bid again, and they re-updated their bid to.
Pass it over there.
Give it appraised value.
So I think that we received it as a donation to us. So most of the value we have in it was to do some repairs on it.
Oh, okay.
So,
How do you feel about the bid?
I don't know what it was.
Oh.
It was sealed.
Well, it was addressed to you.
It was sealed.
It was addressed to you.
That's what says bid opening.
So Doug just opened your mail.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I got an attorney sitting right
I
beside
thought the mayor was
me.
going to.
Thanks, Jeff.
Fatal crime.
They knew that there was issues.
Yeah, they originally bid, I think, 10,000, which we thought was fair, but after we found out that pumper wasn't working, we figured that would knock it down at least $5,000 to $6,000. So I'd like, I guess approval to move forward with selling it if council's fine with that price, whatever it is.
Do you want to vote on that?
I'll give you 4.
Do you want to vote? Let's have a motion on that.
We'll take 6.
Let's have a motion.
I'll make a motion, we accept the bid as presented in the sealed letter that was opened by Doug Richlands. No, I'll make the motion that we accept the bid from is it Allen, Kentucky?
Allen Fire Protection District. Allen, Kentucky.
Yeah, in Allen,
Strike that.
Kentucky.
Strike
For
that name
the
from it.
amount of $5,000.
There's a motion on the floor. Anybody want to second Jeff's motion?
I'll second.
It is seconded, okay. By Darrell, any discussion?
Could you read the motion?
Jeff made a motion to accept the bid from, I was right now, Allen Fire Protection District.
For $5,000.
$5,000.
Uh-huh.
Darrell seconded the motion.
So, John, do we have a plan for that $5,000? Do we plan to
Probably been spent on something.
do we plan on putting that back towards fire department? Is there a plan for
It'll stay
that?
under the general fund.
Okay.
Okay, motion on the floor. Who seconded it? Darrell. Any discussion?
The only other
Yes.
question I would ask, not that we couldn't use $5,000, it's $5,000, but it was donated to us. So someone had already mentioned to me, would council think about passing on that generosity and donating it to someone? But again, they're going to receive something that needs work. I assume when we got it, I don't know, Keith's not here, if we had to do a lot of work. I just felt obligated to bring that up because it was mentioned to me.
Well, John said we done a lot of, they done work to it, right?
I believe, don't quote me, but I think that we got it for maybe a couple thousand, and we had to put 8 to 10 in it. But then we used it, and now it sat there, and the main pump on it didn't pass the test, so it's probably gonna cost them $5,000 to $6,000 to repair it.
if you don't take the bid, wouldn't that be a problem because you had other people bidding on it?
They're the only bid
Oh,
we've
the
received.
only one bid, okay.
Either time. And we always have the right to reject all bids.
Are you saying to accept the bid and donate the money back to the person purchasing it? Or is it someone else?
I didn't know if we were going to pass along the generosity that was shown to us, who we would donate it to, so I hadn't even thought about that, you're right. But again, I can go either way.
Well, there's a motion and a
Right,
second.
I'm just part of the discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Any other questions here? Connie, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries. Next up, B&B pawn sign removal.
Okay, this is something the mayor's familiar with. There's a sign right there beside the mural at the section house for the old B&B pawn. I guess the section house or somebody associated with that has asked the property owner if they'd be willing to take it down because it's kind of overshadows the mural. The request has come to the town to remove that for them. It's not something we normally do going on private property, so I wanted to kind of get the approval of council before we had our staff do something of that nature.
Thank you, John. I can shed a little light on that. When the mural was completed, Brad already had his business there, and so we really accepted that, but it's kind of, it's just there. And so he has moved out of town, his business is out of town, and so Mary Lawson, who's been in contact with Brad, contacted Brad, and he said, take it down. So I mentioned it to George West, and he said he conferred with you, and you thought it was best that we had a letter in writing. I think this is correct. If I'm wrong, correct me. And so I told that to Mary. She called Brad, and he said he would send a note. So it's in our packet for the town to take it down. And so I guess, John, you're asking for council approval to take the sign down. Correct. For the town to do it, to relieve us of any liability.
Well, you'd be taking on the liability. Essentially, I just don't want us to go do something and then it comes up, well, you did it for them, how come you won't do it for us? One of those back and forth, but I'd like council to weigh in before we go onto private property and take down signs.
Okay. Council?
I don't have a problem with it.
I think a motion is in order. I think we should have a motion on this. It helps John to give direction.
I make a motion that we give the town permission to remove the sign at B&B Pawn Shop.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds. Any discussion? Okay. Connie, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Thank you, John. Next, budget retreat discussion.
Okay, I would like to try to schedule a day to meet with council as well as some of our staff to begin some preliminary discussions on our budget. So then we can have some direction as we draft that and begin presenting it to council. So I'd like to look at next month or later this month and see if, ideally we do it on a Friday, but I know some of you all have work commitments that you won't be able to get out of. So we could look at a Saturday. This is the first one we've done here, so it'd be kind of a learning process, but I think it's something we've done in other towns I've worked for that really kind of allow us to have those kind of discussions on different items before we get too deep into the budget process. So it's kind of like some direction on, is there a certain Saturday that works, since I don't feel that Fridays would be ideal.
John, did you have a general time to suggest to council?
We haven't planned out what all we would discuss, but I would say sometime between 9 and 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Do you have a general date you want us to consider?
Whatever works for.
Would you like us to start in February?
Yeah.
tell you 2 Saturdays that I won't be available, February 5th and 26th.
Everybody have their calendars out.
Do we have to do it on the weekend? We used to do it through the week. I mean, weekends, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I'm very, very busy on weekends.
It's hard, isn't it, to find a perfect day for everybody? I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
I just,
busy on the 19th.
Okay.
why couldn't we have them in the evenings like usual?
Marion, what were your dates, the 5th and that you could not do it?
26th.
26th. And you're not good for the 19th?
Right.
I don't know, that leaves what, the 12th? We all need to be here for the budget.
And I would, I would rather have it as one day, so we sit here, go through everything versus breaking it up and then keep having to find different afternoons and evenings. And I think if we all committed to one day, so we're gonna knock everything out in this day, we can get through a lot more than, talking about one item, then coming back, a week later and just prolonging.
John, no humor intended. Do you really think that's possible?
Give it a best shot. You can't go home till we're done.
You see what now, John? You see what time it is now, don't you?
Can't go home till we're done.
I can do it on the 12th.
Well, what about, I'm just throwing it out there. And Jeff, you never know. Anybody else?
I just hear the word retreat, and I don't know where, I guess John brought this with him.
I think vacation.
I think,
I thought we was going somewhere.
buffet.
We could go to the beach, but I think the general public would probably frown upon that.
I was thinking more buffet and hot tub.
I don't think retreat. I think of the cabin in the woods.
We have a cool
Yeah,
time.
really.
Cool.
I've been on retreats. People do this, but not for the town.
I'm good with the 12th. I'm good with the 12th. That looks good to me.
If we could knock it out one day, the 12th was good for me too.
What time did you want to start? 6 a.m.?
Probably 9. It's a Saturday.
8 a.m.
Seriously, what is council's pleasure?
I think if y'all
Mine.
get to that day, we'll work on an
12th is-
agenda, but I would assume somewhere around 9.
Let me just go generally. Marianne, is the 12th acceptable to you?
Yes.
Mike?
Can't wait for this retreat.
Richard?
Yes.
Daryl?
Yes.
Jeff?
I prefer early in the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doug?
Weekends are very hard for me, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm outvoted.
It's more of a consensus, I think. Okay, so early, Jeff. How early would you like to start? 8 o'clock.
6.
8.
8 o'clock. Can you work with 8 o'clock, everybody?
I
Je-
can.
Jeff's bringing breakfast.
I mean, my feeling on it, which I'm sure is probably I'm alone, but a budget is pretty important. And I think planning it in one day without thinking and yes of what the town hall wants us to okay. I mean, I think that's not giving a fair show for the citizens, but it's up to you guys. I would prefer several days to really go over the budget and make suggestions and study it.
Well, there won't be a budget presented. It'll be like, hey, do we want to look at doing this project this year? Or is this something that you would like to see? Or like code enforcement's been brought up. Do we want to try to set some money aside to do demolition and mowing grass? And council's like, yeah, let's try to do that. Well, do you think this amount's enough? And then we try to put it in the budget so that when we present it to you all, some of those items are either already removed or we did our best to include them. So it's really just some discussions on items of that in the workshop. It's not a, here's the budget, let's go through it and make cuts and make additions.
So it won't be the actual budget?
No.
Just what we would like to see done with the town in general. These are projects or something.
Yeah, there'll be several items that we've discussed over the last year that, we'd like to say, hey, this is something we want to move forward with this year, yes or no.
Okay.
And then we'll, as we work through the budget, we'll try to include those items, or you have to have more discussion on those.
Because you have dates in the calendar already that we approved for budget. Or, right? You got it right there.
Well, there's two extra if we need them, but we'll have a budget calendar of, okay, we have to do this by this date and this by this date, and try to have a full plan on the next steps. Yeah, the public hearings and notices, when it has to be voted on, all of that.
Because in the past, when we've spread them out over a lot of evenings, we really haven't, all of us haven't been at every one of them. I mean, it's kind of hit and miss, so I like your idea.
And if it doesn't work, we just won't do it again. We'll give it a shot.
It's a retreat, and the very word implies it's special. Thank you. So, are we set for the 12th of February at 8 o'clock? Right here at the town hall, or do we meet in the cabin in the mountains? I'm thinking retreat.
I changed it to workshop because of that.
Can we take the word work out? All right, thank you. Let's go. All right. What else have we got going on here?
Yeah, I had a couple miscellaneous things. The first, trash pickup this week may be a little bit late with the snow, as well as we're having some issues at the transfer station. We're having to haul the trash to Tazewell County. We're hoping that issue will be addressed here shortly. And is it going to be a long-term issue? I will give credit to our roads crew, the EMS Fire, PD, for all the work they've done during the inclement weather we've had, as well as our electric department for the power outage that we had a couple days ago. And then lastly, I was contacted by the Upper Tennessee River Roundtable. I believe they reached out to the town in the past about doing a project at Critterville. I don't know the details yet, but as soon as I get some more information, I will pass that along to you all. Then they do like river cleanup, shore, and sediment, things of that nature. But we're excited to kind of see what they have in mind.
Did you know who was on the letter? Anything on who reached out to you? Just curious.
River cleanup would be nice.
I don't have it readily available.
That's okay. I know they work closely with the Cleanser Valley Initiative.
Carol Doss.
Yes. Very much so. Okay.
That was all I had.
Okay. Okay, we are on attorney comments. Brad.
Just a couple, try to keep it. John and I spoke, one with regard to, with regard to your new, or recent, I say new, your recent adoption of specific rates on personal property. The ability for your town to do that has been in place probably since the 50s. It's just that it hasn't been updated in quite some time. John and I had some concerns relative to then what do you do with the delinquencies that have occurred, or the people that haven't paid for 2021, correct? Your current code refers back to council setting rates of interest and penalty as council so chooses from time to time to do that. Literally, the language refers to interest rate and amount set by council from time to time. It's very open-ended and vague and probably needs to be more concrete. But John did some research and was able to find several years ago where the town actually did adopt a rate, which I would basically interpret as being still in effect, at, what was the actual one that you found? It had an actual rate of interest and penalty. So you have the ability to do that. I think what I recommend going forward in the future is basically looking back. This is under basically when you're, I guess you call it chapter or title 35 or code section 35.01 and subsequent to that to actually set. You can put it in your budget every year, but it's something, and I think that would be applicable as well to say this is what our rates are going to be, and you include that in your budget. But I think it might be something to consider and to have us, to direct us to do it to where you go in and literally go in and modify these two ordinances, both with penalty and interest, which I would recommend you consider doing maybe at your budget workshop retreat, to consider that might be something you look at and say, what are the prevailing rates? Is, your current judgment rate of interest is 6% that's applied with regard to the state, but you may be looking at something that's done on a monthly basis when these bills are due. It's just the language in here leaves a lot to be desired. in order in terms of enforcement. Personal property tax is our position of our, as counsel for you, is very important to deal with both your real estate and your personal property taxes, keeping them up to speed in terms of, when I say up to speed, dealing with cost of living, inflation. You've got to be able to provide services for your townspeople, everything from streets, paving, your water department, whatever it might be. And the way you do that is make sure that your revenue generating streams from your town, but the people that use those services are up to speed with the rest of the localities that you have nearby, not only in Tasman County, but also in Southwest Virginia. So that's something I think you need to, I strongly encourage you to move forward on. You've taken a very progressive step, and I commend you on dealing with the personal property tax issue. But now I think you need to move that step forward and make it a little more concrete for your citizens to know what to expect.
So you think that's something we should take up on February 12th?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You can come back with a recommendation then at really the March meeting or even sooner. I mean, if it's something.
John, if you don't have it on the agenda already, I would ask that you add that, okay? Thank you, Brad.
To John's credit, he's the one who brought that to my attention, something you all need to look at. Secondly, with regard to ARPA, I know we talked a little bit that with regard to the library request. What you folks need to be aware of with the letter that I'm preparing, the research that I'm doing, there are 5 primary categories, and I say primary, really, they are the categories for determining the propriety of ARPA awards and use of funds. You're looking at supporting public health expenditures, addressing negative economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic, to replace public sector revenue loss, to establish premium pay for essential workers dealing with the pandemic crisis, and to invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And of the 5 items that you've asked me to look at specifically, you've got to think, you can look at all those yourself and say, where do these fit? Key to that is going to be justification of those expenditures through proper documentation, accounting, possibly talking to your auditor through Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, and saying, look, this is what we're wanting to use these funds for. Is it something that we can legitimately make fit? And I think in some of those, I have some very strong optimism about a couple of the 5 that I'm looking at. Some of them I'm concerned that they may not fit. That is what it is. I'll address all those in my letter to you and specifically go through each one and do what I can to try to say this is one, if you apply these with proper documentation, this will work, or I will come with the opinion that I don't think it will based on what is being proposed. But again, ARPA is very broad. I mean, there are specific criteria that they want you to follow, but it's one where I think you've got to also take it into the overall, the umbrella approach is that these funds are being used or being funneled, I should say, to the individual towns, counties, wherever it might be, to improve the quality of life post-COVID, with that thought in mind. So it's going to be a balancing act as to where you can then, to be able to pick and choose, identify what projects, programs, services that the council wants to provide with these monies, and to make sure that then they can be justified from an accounting basis. Say that it addresses one of those 5 criteria. Even been trying to do so in a very liberal application, but it's one where it's trying to make again, as I mentioned before, about a square peg in a round hole. You want to try to make that as round as possible, even if it has some square edges, to make it work. So I'll try to address that as much as I can.
Could I bring up some things that you could be working on, or do you want me to wait till my statements?
I'd wait until your statements, because that's something I really want to react on from the whole council, if it's something the council directs us to do. Lastly, with regard to Mr. Altizer, he went in, I hope he may be watching for all that I know. He's probably smart, he's probably not. He's probably already gone to bed. He has COVID now, to add on top of this. I just found out before we came in the meeting tonight. He had surgery scheduled for last Friday. It did not go as planned. So he's now looking at alternatives as to how he can move going forward. Good things about it is that the tumor has not grown, and there are some alternatives that he can pursue, but removal is not one at this time. So it's one where he's very optimistic. He's doing well, other than now that he's been diagnosed with COVID. But we're hoping to get some better news next week as to what plan of action that his team of doctors has decided that he'll be able to do and follow the protocols that he'll follow. So keeping his thoughts and prayers, but he's a trooper and fighter, and he'll he'll be back here soon, I can promise you that.
Brad, thank you for your attorney comments, and in particular, not just me, I'll speak on behalf of the council, and everyone probably want to add their own sentiments. We think the world of, I've known him since he was a child in high school. And I wish him the best.
Well,
And I'm sure all the members of council do too.
I can. One more thing, John, that I've actually brought to his attention with regard to one of the properties that was involved in the tax sales, the Harold Mayhorn property. I don't know if it rings any bells to any of you all. I'm not even specific as to where it was located here in the town. They did conduct a sale. It didn't bring a whole lot of money, but it did allow for the pro rata funds from the sale net to go to both the county and the town who had the largest share of the delinquencies. And the town received a check for $374.
What was the address of that property?
It was for, I can give you the tax map number. I don't know that Jim, I didn't bring the whole file
East First Street.
with me. I've got the tax map number is 105-8910-000B, but that doesn't help you a
That's
whole lot.
okay.
I'm looking for.
Richard knew where it was.
Where is it?
East First Street.
Okay. The one good thing about all that, one, you got a little bit of money out from the delinquent taxes, but you now have a new purchaser who is Matthew Travis Puckett, who bought the property, so now it's back on the tax rolls again with someone who can be in position to hopefully do something with the property, and then, so that's what all I can tell you about that.
Do you have anything else, Brad?
That was it.
Is there, I think,
To that effect, relative to those tax sales, there are several of them that are ongoing. The Fairfax property, which was one which was a concern for a lot of council. I have not heard back from the county attorney's office. They were hoping to get it on the January sale. They may not be able to get it on until April. But that's one where when talking with John, given the fact that is on the county's radar and specifically targeted for sale, that the nuisance action you all talked about us pursuing relative to the weeds and the unsanitary condition of the property be put on a back burner, let the county go through the sale. I know that the one young lady who's sort of spearhead for the family that spoke here in council 2 months ago is actively working with Mr. Collins to make sure that sale goes through as quickly and seamlessly as possible, and that it can then be turned over, and that it can be something that the town can do something with it, or that a new owner, and also get out of the current owner, that young lady, get it out of her wheelhouse of responsibilities. So she would want nothing more than to do that as quickly as possible, so she shares the same sentiments that the council does.
thank you. Council member reports. Thank you very much, Brad. Mary Ann?
So, I just want to make sure I understood correct. If it doesn't happen this month, it won't be till April.
What I understand in talking with Mr. Collins and his staff, that was in terms of their advertising and notice, that they were going to try to get it in on the January sale, and if they did not, and I've not been able to speak to Chase this month actually on this, they were going to try to get it in for April.
Well, even if it's April, we're getting closer.
Certainly, and I think choosing that course is a whole lot better than trying to go through the nuisance action, which I outlined to you 2 months ago.
Right, okay, thank you so much. As Shay Cook mentioned, I was on the call with the VDEM, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, last Friday with two ladies. And I'd taken a whole lot of notes, but we've been here a long time, so I'm not going to share those with you. I know John has spoken with one of those ladies.
They had a webinar the day before.
So I'm very optimistic, although it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be a quick process. But I do believe we can get some help. And as Shay Cook mentioned, we need to open the account with the emergency grant application system. So I guess that's something y'all may have talked about in the webinar. If not, maybe we can follow up.
I can look at his letter.
Okay. So, yeah, it was real beneficial. I think there was some confusion with some emails and so forth. I mean, I got it and it was going to happen in 20 minutes. And I'm fortunate I work for myself, so I was able to adjust my schedule and get on that. So that's some positive news. Secondly, Recreation Commission, we should have met last night, but due to the snow and the fact that the Richlands Basketball League canceled at the park. We thought with the road in and out of there, it was probably best that we postponed our regular meeting. So it will be Monday night, the 24th at 6 p.m. But I'm glad Jeff walked in just in time. The basketball league is well underway, and 220 kids playing. So I commend Jeff. He's handled that program for a number of years, and pretty much does it. He's got some volunteers, but he's the leader. So, and then it was really nice tonight to see Rocky Hill get the Recreation Commission the Volunteer of the Year award. I mean, like Tony Cordell mentioned, when I'll try to let y'all know when God's Rock Stars have a softball, baseball game, or maybe some basketball. Like he said, I mean, you will be you'll be very thankful, but you'll also leave there feeling very good about what Rocky and his group are doing. So just real quick, John already mentioned a big thank you to the street crew with the snow removal and the police and the fire and EMS. I've not received any complaints. People have been very appreciative of the hard work in frigid conditions. Also, he mentioned with the garbage pickup, the holidays, dates change. I know one lady in Hidden Valley who did a lot of cleanup and put all of her things out, and was so thrilled that, I mean, they're all in bags, so our trash truck picked them all up. So we have great crews in all those departments. And I just, again, want to thank Connie for deciding that she would stay with us until we could find a replacement, or maybe we make some changes in her roles. But she's a perfectionist, so it's hard for her to do things to make them less than the thorough way that she has been. And then last, I'd just like to thank John O'Daniel. I think he does an excellent job of communicating with us. I appreciate the emails that we get quite frequently with updates. And then something I really appreciated, not just because I'm a property owner with a lot of tenants that call me, but the fact when the power went out, he sent us a text quickly, and then he let us know an update of when to expect it to be back on. So I think communication in everything we do in life is critical, and I think that's one of his strengths. And so thank you, John.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Richard?
I was absent, obviously, last month, and had the opportunity to watch the meeting on YouTube. And I had prepared a statement, and I hate that Ms. Malo left, but before I make a statement, I want to add that it's basically a disclaimer that it's my opinion only. But after every council meeting, I get a text or phone call, and I'm asked why I don't respond to citizens bashing me. My response has always been that the citizens have the right to come in this chamber and express their approval or disapproval. However, last month, one citizen made a statement that needs to be addressed. Last month, Mrs. Malo stated this council was a council of willful ignorance. I want to assure Ms. Malo and the public that no member of this council is in any way ignorant. Every month, Mrs. Malo is placed on the council's agenda for miscellaneous concerns. In my opinion, this is no more than a political soapbox for her to give a stump speech about all the bad things this council has done. She will never, or anyone will ever make themselves look good by making others look bad. The citizens' constant FOIA requests and court motions have done nothing but cost the citizens in this town thousands of dollars. These are the same people that were referred to in her campaign signs that said, "People, not politics." When any citizen comes into these chambers, they should be expected to make statements that involve actual facts. If this chamber was treated as a courtroom, these citizens would have perjured themselves. Mrs. Malo talks constantly about the divide in this council. I want Ms. Mallow to know, in my opinion, that she's partially responsible for this divide. I have yet to hear anything that has been stated or her make one positive comment without being the same agenda every month. It is time to move on from topics like Mr. Atlas residency, the council's health insurance, the SRO grants, and the 911 issue. It has to be a miserable life to always look for negatives. If you're only looking for negatives, negatives are all you're going to find. Until something is brought positive by her, I am not interested in anything that she has to bring up. In the past, in closing in the past, Mrs. Mallow has quoted scripture, and I want to leave the citizens and Ms. Mallow with this scripture. Hebrews 13:17 says, "Obey your leaders, submit to them, for they are keeping watch over you, as those who will have to give an account. Let them do this with joy, and not with groaning, for that would be of no advantage to you." Like it or not, until the next election, we are the leaders. That's all I have to say about that portion. Also, I sat and watched, I think it was somewhere around the neighborhood of 38 minutes for this council to decide to spend $400 on making sure one of our murals is taken care of. I divided some basic math and divided the $5 million in ARPA money into the same amount of time that it took for us to spend $400. It's going to take us 2,500 hours to decide how to spend this ARPA money. I'm challenging this council not to go with the flow or go with pet projects, is to come up with a plan. Our attorney has stated the 5 ways that we can spend it and get it spent, instead of dragging this out month after month after month after month. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Richard. Jeff,
I get a follow that?
you're next.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I was thinking about spending that money too, and how long it took us, and furthermore, the length of these meetings. And it's too long. I'm sorry. I hope I speak for everybody when I say that. This is entirely too long. I don't know what we can do, but there has to be something that we can do. I know many of us have committed to this, and we've been here since, 5 o'clock, 5:15, something like that. So it's just a lot of time. I know we were elected to do this, but I think we can be a little more efficient in what we can do. Like I said, I'd even be in favor of 2 2-hour meetings as opposed to 1 4 or something like that, so that we can get our stuff done. And I know, like I said, that we've all got stuff to do, and our time's very valuable. But I sort of echo Richard's sentiment that it's going to be a 2,500-hour retreat. It's going to be a long retreat, no matter where we go. I appreciate Mary Ann mentioned about the basketball. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Of course, with the new Omicron sort of variant, it's been tough with scheduling. So we're still working through the details. So we may have some hiccups and little schedules. Like the only certainty now in this world is uncertainty. So we're just taking it day by day, night by night, game by game. So that's sort of what we're doing there. So appreciate you just being patient, or anybody who's involved with it, be patient with us. As far as the Planning Commission goes, you saw where we were heading tonight and what all's going on sort of with the Planning Commission. So I applaud all their efforts, Richard and Randy and Barry and Michelle and Nathan that comes to the meetings too, and Elliot Joyce. We've got a great little committee, and we're looking forward to getting together to discuss the zoning, the updated zoning, so that we can avoid a situation sort of what we had this evening to deal with. So we're hoping for that, and we're looking forward to it. So thanks. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jeff. Doug?
Excuse me. on Facebook, I put some things on there because it was very upsetting to see a private citizen singled out and have pressure put on her to be quiet and not bring up any issues. A unflattering picture was taken of her and passed around by a group of individuals. And of course, they gave it to this person that loves this kind of stuff, and he put it on Facebook to embarrass her. And as I said, this group of individuals that passed this picture around and got it to this person were trying to get her to shut up and not say anything about the issues that she feels pretty strong about to help the town. I might have missed her saying, if I did, I'm sorry, what Richard said about, what was it, ignorance?
Willful ignorance.
Okay, I don't remember that, I really don't. But I applaud Miss Milo for the 4 years. It might cost the town a little bit, but at least she cares enough to make things, to inquire and try to show light on things that are wrong. And there's a lot of things that happen in Richlands that need a lot of light. And there should be a lot more people making those inquiries. I would ask that the council would take into consideration to direct the attorney to inquire if this money could be used, ARPA money, for such things as a new rescue building. And like I said before, if OSHA came in and checked that building out, they'd probably shut it down. We need a new police station, and I realize this money won't go that far, but at least we could use part of it for a new police station. The fire station is about to fall down. It's a hazard because when there's a fire, we have to stop traffic, and there's going to be an accident there eventually. Someone is going to get hurt when there's a fire, and they have to stop traffic and pull those trucks out. Every minute counts. And I just wish the council would have a consensus maybe to ask the town attorney if some of this money could be used for infrastructure. Of course, a library is important, but just as important or more so is a rescue and fire station and a new police station, a new infrastructure. And this money doesn't come but once in a lifetime. I would also like to make a motion.
Doug, if you look here under Roman numeral 12 on your agenda, it says council member reports non-voting items.
Okay, I guess I'll have to wait till,
Next time.
oh, well, not next time, sometime later in the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm going to propose, the motion is that City Bluff's making this they're going to pass this also. I don't think, and I hope the council would think, and the citizens, I don't think anyone on council or anyone on a committee serving the town should owe back taxes. How can a council pass rate increases and taxes that they owe themselves that they won't pay? Also, I don't think on committees anyone owing back taxes should serve. And as I said, City Bluff's going to pass this. I don't think anyone on a committee that owes back taxes to the town and maybe to the county should serve on these committees. If you can't take care of your personal finances and your personal issues, you don't belong on a committee or you don't belong on council. And I'll be making that motion later on in the meeting. So,
Anything else?
that's it.
Thank you, Doug. All right, Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of things. I do want to thank the town employees. I've been very vocal in regards to the snow removal. I think it's very important to recognize those men that are literally spending 24 hours around the clock to make sure that our roads are safe. And I want to make sure they get that recognition, so I thank them. I also thank all the police officers, EMS that are also going out. But they're able to drive those roads because we have men that are literally working around the clock to make sure that those roads are clear. And that's important to me. I have a small family, and it's incredibly important to others who don't have to worry about that as well. So it's just something that's important to me. Back to School Bash, our second annual Back to School Bash weekend will begin the weekend of August the 13th. So that's the date that we have chosen, the week before school starts, and hopefully that will be bigger and better than ever. So we're really excited about that. Doug, just to comment a little bit on your Facebook stuff, all that I would ask as a council member is that you show me the same respect that I show you. Think about what you put on there and what people see. And all I ask is that you think about would Mike say this about me? That's all I ask of you. If you feel like that I would say that, more power to you. You're obviously welcome to say whatever you'd feel. But I would certainly never say the things that you say about me on my Facebook that you do. So I just want to make that known. And as far as the ARPA, I totally agree. We do need to really figure out what that's going to look like. Myself, I continue to be very strong on the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. Personally, I don't see, knowing that we're going to have to either spend the money on that or raise taxes to pay for the access is a hard thing for me. It's a hard pill to swallow. So when we get in those discussions, that's obviously going to be something that I'm going to push for. If I've got the money in the bank and I don't have to charge anybody any extra and take any food off anybody's plate to take care of an upgrade, I'm probably going to do it. And, I want the council to think about that as well as we move forward. That's all I have there.
Thank you, Mike. Darrell?
I agree with Jeff. These meetings are way too long. I've been on a lot of boards. I'm on a lot now, too many. My wife said one more and you won't have to come home.
We're not getting them.
Well, she's right. I don't need another one. And I do, I've never been on a board that is so, never mind. But anyway, Richlands is a great place to live. I love Richlands. I've lived here all my life. And I'm glad it's a great town. I hate when people run it down. I do want to thank the Planning Commission for helping those businesses to get that second floor on the news press has been empty 20 years. Has it been that long?
Since the news press moved out.
Yeah, whenever they moved out, so I don't know how long they've been gone. Maybe not 20, but a long time. So that puts somebody in that building paying taxes. I want to thank John for the text on the power, because I got a few phone calls and I was able to tell them, and I appreciate that. And I have some more notes here that I was going to do, but I'm not going to do it. I want to go home. But I do one more thing. One thing. I'm sorry, I lied. If somebody sues the town, it costs us money. And I think if somebody sues this town and they lose, we need to go after the money that it costs the town. And I know it's going to cost us more, but it will stop ridiculous lawsuits. That's just my opinion. I'm done.
Thank you, Darrell. Okay. Last, the mayor. Really brief. I visited Raymond Arnold on Bauer Avenue. He had drainage problems. We walked around the whole thing, and I know he'd contacted Mary Ann, And so I don't know if you've been down there, John, but I will ask you to check with Raymond Arnold. Next, when I came in this afternoon, John handed me this email. It's to Susan Witt and carbon copied. It's to John and Bill Shelton and carbon copied to Heather. He said I could read this under my report. Dee Turner called to say that they repaired the water main leak in front of her house, and she wanted us to know that the guys were very polite and answered all of her questions that she had about the equipment. She just wanted to brag on what a good crew they are. Thank you. So, Dee, we're very pleased you're pleased and that you find our crew polite and helpful. Again, there's many things. Oh, the only other thing, in your packet, there is an annual report from Appalachian Agency, and I looked at it briefly, and they serve so many people in our region, and we are grateful for their service. I had other things too. The only thing I want to add is that I'm very glad Mary Ann has been in touch regarding the flooding. John sent an email to make sure we're all in touch, and I know Mike had reached out, Mary Ann's reached out, Shay Cook, to his credit, has been trying to get something done, and I think that is something we do need to address. Without further ado, we have executive closed session pursuant to Virginia Code. You ready? Okay. A 2.2, is anyone coming into the meeting other than council members?
It'll take 15 seconds.
Well, the only reason I ask it, generally speaking, if someone's coming in, we say in here, we're inviting someone in, okay? A 2.2-3711A, attorney consultation, contract negotiations, teen center and Iron Street property. So, is there a motion to go into executive closed session pursuant to this Virginia code?
I move, so move.
Jeff so moves.
I second the motion.
Marion seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're now in closed session. Thank you. Council's back in session. I will entertain a motion to come back into regular session, and as you're making this, as you say aye or nay, you are verifying that nothing was discussed other than 2.2-3711A, attorney consultation, contract negotiations.
I'll make that motion.
There's a motion. Jeff,
Second.
second. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Connie.
Doug,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Darrell,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. We are going to return, all right, we have a certification with no action going to be taken. Roman numeral 16 happens to be on the wee bitching hour, and that is backwards for bewitching. And so here we are, adjourn and recess the meeting. It's okay.
I've got to make a motion before we go.
Oh, you want to make a motion? Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry, Jim.
That's all right.
I make a motion that anyone who owes back taxes would be given 30 days to make those payments. And if they don't, not be eligible to serve on council or any committees in Richlands.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I didn't hear a second. Motion fails. Okay, adjourn this meeting.
Before you do, I wasn't home, I already left for the evening, and my phone started blowing up about what an embarrassment it was that Richard Brown was trash talking a citizen, because I'm a private citizen. So whether you guys agree with me or not, you guys work for us, the citizens. You weren't elected to make decisions for us, you were elected to be our voice. You crossed the line by calling out like that. It was more embarrassing for you than it was for me. And to sit up there and say, like you, that people should get off of the residence and this program. Well, you, Richard, who is on the residence all the time.
Mayor.
And
Let's go.
as a citizen,
Ms. Mala, please forgive me just a minute. We need to, I respect you very much, and I'm sure we all do. I cannot, with due respect, I cannot allow citizens to speak that are not on the agenda. I would suggest at the next meeting, place yourself on the agenda and speak.
She does. I think we just, can we make a motion? Can we make a motion to adjourn?
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to adjourn.
Adjourned.
Thank you.